Honorable Ndo.
We have been informed that we form a quorum, and therefore we can resume with the business of the House. And we shall now have the opportunity for silent prayers and meditation. Thank you very much, members, and as agreed, we agreed that we're not going to have motions and notices of motions and statement by members. Honorable members, we will then welcome the Premier of the province, Honorable Sten Chukwumatawate, members of the Executive Council, honorable members, and guests who have joined us to this session. It is a visual session, as all of us are aware, because of the circumstances that we find ourselves in the country and elsewhere. We are going to move to the orders of the day and call upon the Chief Whip, Honorable Chief Whip, to move the motion for the suspension of the House. House Rule 173. Second to that motion by the Chief Whip.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Maseko here. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I, Funani Jerry Maseko, rise to second the move by the Honorable Chief Whip of the Legislature.
Thank you very much. I'll advise members that if they want to speak, there is a hand there that they can raise on the system, so that we conduct our business in an orderly fashion. Thank you very much. 7.2 will go to the second reading, approval of votes and schedule of the Limpopo Appropriation Bill 2020, B01 2020. And we then go to the consideration and adoption of the report of the Portfolio Committee on Public Administration on the 2020-21 Annual Performance Plan and Budget for the Office of the Premier. We'll request the committee chairperson .
Thanks very much. Thanks very much, the Honorable Speaker of the Legislature, Honorable Premier of our province, members of the Executive Council, my fellow members of the House, the Chief Whip of the Majority Party, the Leader of the Opposition. On behalf of the Portfolio Committee on Public Administration, having considered the directive of the Limpopo legislature to consider and report on the annual performance plan and the budget allocation of the Office of the Premier tabled by the Premier in terms of Section 155 and 133 of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, House Rule 81, 1B, C, D of the Standing Rules and Orders of the Limpopo Legislation, which the APP the specific performance indicators and targets that an institution will achieve in the financial year or in the medium-term expenditure framework period. That as the portfolio committee, we have observed the following, that the office must consider that the overall administration of the public purse in the province is of paramount importance, that as and when the Office of the Premier is playing its oversight role, they must sharpen their mechanisms and tools to ensure that the public funds are spent according to the rules. Also, the committee recommends that the Office of the Premier must ensure that the issue of paying people, service providers on the prescribed 30 days is adhered to by all the departments and the public entities. We also recommend that given that the COVID-19 has challenged us in terms of the ICT, we are recommending that as a digital communication is becoming paramount, all the vacancies in the GITO in all the departments must be prioritized. We are also worried as a portfolio committee about the shenanigans that are happening in the Lepelle Northern Water Board, whereby it will tremendously affect our people in terms of the provision of the potable water. We therefore urge the office to liaise with the minister so that they are able to resolve those issues for the benefit of the people of our province. Also, Chair, the committee recommends that the office of the Premier must continuously lead in terms of the COVID-19 to ensure that there is a smooth return of workers to their workstation, and also to make sure that all the safety precautions are taken care of. The other thing, we acknowledge the material improvement in terms of the audit, and we are saying that the Premier must comment. We commend him. Even the AG has commended that he must continue to provide that leadership. We are also worried as a portfolio committee that as much as the department and public entities are observing the recommendation by the external auditor, but we are worried about the implementation of the recommendation by the internal audit committees. And Chair, we recommend to this House that having considered the 2021 financial year annual budget, annual performance plan and the budget allocation of the office, we accept the financial statement, and we hope that the money will be spent as stated. Honorable Speaker, the Portfolio Committee on Public Administration recommend to the House to adopt the 2020-21 financial year annual performance plan and budget for vote 1 with the allocation of 452 million. I move accordingly, Chair. Thanks so much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Nama, for any seconder. Any seconder for the move to adopt the annual performance plan in the budget of the Office of the Premier? Honorable Siono.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I raise my hand to To second Honorable Munama on the move for the House to adopt the committee report. Thanks very much, Speaker.
Thank you very much. We'll move to the speakers list and have Honorable Nakiri Sibanda Kekana to take the floor. I hope the speakers have been told the time that they've been allocated.
Hello.
Yes, you can
Am I
proceed, Honorable.
Okay. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I, Nakedi Grace Kekana, is going to debate on the consideration and adoption of 2020-21 APP and budget for the office of the Premier. Deputy Speaker, Honorable Jeremiah Ndow, the Premier, Honorable Chuku Tabata, the Chief Whip of the Majority Party, Honorable Esop Mukhonyane, Leader of the Opposition Party, Honorable Josie Butani, all honorable members and the House at large, good morning. Honorable Speaker, this sitting is taking place at a time when South Africa is on 119 days of lockdown restrictions in pursuit of novel coronavirus pandemic regulations and protocols as outlined by the President, Minister, and World Health Organization. Honorable Speaker, this pandemic has ushered in a new normal resulting from restrictions on physical meetings and social distancing. We are aware that the lockdown has caused great disruption to all our lives, our economy, and the efficient and effective delivery of public services to our citizens. However, delivering quality services in a sustainable manner is what the public administration is all about. Whether it is the delivery of basic services to households at municipal levels, the delivery of face value documents, or delivering of quality basic education to our children. At the same time, Honorable Speaker, we must recognize the hard work and commitment of all those public sector officials at the front line of service delivery, who, despite the COVID-19 pandemic, report to their respective workstations to deliver essential goods and services to our people. Through their actions, these essential workers bring into being the true meaning of public service professionalism and the ethos of Batopele, of putting people first, irrespective of the challenges at hand. Honorable Speaker, the sterling work displayed by the Provincial Command Team to fight the corona global pandemic, which led to the registration of low percentage of cases of coronavirus pandemic, did not happen unnoticed. This happened against all odds, starting from the distribution of food parcels, provision of water to households, and proper sanitation at schools. Whereas in future, Honorable Speaker, we must strive to have flush toilets in all the schools and households in the rural areas as part of rural development. This display of collective strength, Honorable Speaker, in our province is a true tribute of Solomon Matangu, Elias Mutoledi, Henry Gwala on their birth month anniversary, and indeed, it is the power of Tumamina campaign. Honorable Speaker, the onset of COVID-19 requires us to...
Member. 1 minute left.
1 minute.
No, proceed. But I'm just reminding you of time.
Okay. Honorable Speaker, we are also concerned about what happened over the past weeks on the issue of gender-based violence. So we urge the Office of the Premier to make sure that in their procurement systems, they must make sure that they improve the issue of the local content by taking into consideration that the issue of women economic empowerment must be mainstreamed in all the departments. Honorable Speaker, this month and beyond, as we will be celebrating the Mandela Month, our debates must be inspired by this commitment to humanity, compassion, and building of a caring society. Mandela believed that there are 4 basic principles of human, which most people wish to live by saying, to live in a safe environment, to be able to work and provide themselves to have access to good public health, and have sound educational opportunities. Honorable Speaker, the committee
Your time has
also...
expired.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Honorable. Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Can we have Honorable Butane Josie? You've got 3 minutes, Honorable Butane.
Awesome, Pujuragi on Mona. Fast. Speaker, I will have to start from the beginning here. Hello. Hello. Honorable Speaker, we meet. Okay, now let me start from the beginning. Honorable Premier, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Chief Whip, members of the opposition parties, members of the House, Honorable Speaker, we meet for the first time as this House under different life-threatening conditions. We meet at a time when a pandemic has declared a war against our people, and the only effective weapon our people have at their disposal is self-discipline. The self-discipline that needs a caring government to protect it. We need to adopt reports today, but perhaps before we do that, Speaker and Honorable Premier, is it not prudent to assess the impact of this pandemic in our province? Will it not be proper to pause on every report now and zoom into what must be done as a province? Will history not be happy with us that at some point we took the whole day collectively planning and redirecting our energy in defense of the people of Limpopo without howling or any point of order and no minutes allocation to any party or any speaker? The reality is that the battle is about to be lost. Alcohol is sold, and the consequences are that trauma unit spaces will at some point overflow. We do not have enough beds, and let alone nurses, doctors, staff alike. Schools are opened every day, and there are new cases reported at those schools on a daily basis. Mines are operating, and every day there is a new case. Mentioning these few examples, the sweat that runs on your spine is of nothing else but the horrific truth that we are not ready. Limpopo does not have enough beds. Majority of our schools are not in a good state. Teachers, nurses, doctors themselves are not up to the task. And you can tell by some of their false alarms that they spark on a daily basis. We do not have enough ventilators, no designated space in the event of the overflow. Now I ask, what crime will we have committed to stand against those that says we must further ease regulations, Honorable Premier? What will be reactionary if we as a province, after careful consideration, go back to the strict lockdown regulations? What is revolutionary in donating our people to the graves, whilst we hold the power to extend their lifespan? We say this not to score cheap political points, but rather as a commitment to continue working together. We say this not as a cheap political to score on this appeal, We say this not to score cheap political points, but rather as a commitment to continue working as a formidable force with the sole intention of defeating this killer. The EFF in Limpopo further calls on the Office of the Premier to facilitate opening of factories in all districts to manufacture COVID-19 commodities. This will create jobs, industrialize our townships and villages for local economic development and overall economic development of the province. Honorable Premier, we call on you to pay serious attention on Lepelle Northern Water because consequences of their actions are felt deeply by the people of Limpopo. A case in point is the unfinished Guyane water project. So Comrade Premier, most of the Comrade Speaker in the House, most of our issues are being captured by the chair of the committee. We plead that we take some time as members of this House to at least on our own as this province, just to focus on this matter. If it's not today, let us have a sitting and then take a stand as a province. There is nothing reactionary about that. There is nothing selling out about that. We must be an example. All the things that are good in politics and everywhere comes from Limpopo. All good leaders comes from Limpopo. What stops us to give a lead in this case of the COVID-19? We therefore request Honorable Premier and Honorable Speaker, if we can't do today, let's have a day to speak openly and genuinely about this. Let us have all the affected MECs coming down to tell us, because in this matter, we are together. There is no EFF, there is no GA, there is no ANC, we are one thing. Therefore, we need to seriously look around this matter and see what we can do. And on a last parting shot, we wish and hope that the MEC that has contacted the virus, we wish him a speedy recovery with his family. Our prayers are with message of support. Yeah, but I'm saying we wish him and his family a speedy recovery, whoever is affected.
Thank you very much. Can we have Honorable Maharaj Risha?
Speaker, globally, in our beloved country and in our province, we are faced with great uncertainty, anxiousness, panic, and worry. The COVID-19 pandemic has indeed for a while brought the world to a standstill. The Democratic Alliance takes this opportunity to extend our deepest condolences, prayers, thoughts to the family and friends of our dearly departed loved ones as a result of the coronavirus. Honorable Speaker, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you very clearly. Can we proceed?
We further appeal to our citizens and constituents to refrain from stigmatizing persons that have been and will be infected by the coronavirus. It is indeed a virus that is neither prejudicial nor selective to a host, but rather one that impacts and affects us all. Honorable Speaker, the Democratic Alliance is disappointed in the lack of transparency by the executive. Since the onset of the lockdown, we have written and requested on numerous occasions for information on how the 3.5 billion rands to be returned to National Treasury would be split between the departments. To date, we have not received any response. This in effect renders it extremely difficult to support any budget until information is indeed transparent and forthcoming. COVID-19 is an eye-opener for the province in terms of allocation of funds spent on services rendered versus the cost of employees, and is hopefully now the opportune moment for the province to remedy the allocation of more funds to services instead of allocating 74.7% towards compensation of employees. Honourable Speaker, despite the high allocation towards the provincial wage bill, we still see far too many departments receiving poor audit outcomes, and we call on the Premier to ensure that we institute corrective and disciplinary action where there is no improvement and where we have regressed. The deliberate lack of accountability by politicians and officials alike is draining the state coffers and preventing service delivery from reaching those most in need. Honourable Speaker, we agree and welcome the Honourable Premier's concerns on the risk management plan, in which he indicates and acknowledges that corruption is not receiving the adequate expression in reporting and consequently is not receiving proper, effective and equitable draft that it should receive. This is evident in departments not changing over long periods of time. Honourable Premier, now is indeed the most opportune time to engage and ensure that we encourage and incentivize public-private partnerships with a view of sustaining employment as a result of the contraction of the economy as a result of COVID-19. It is evident that COVID-19 will have an adverse impact on the economic outlook in the province. And whilst we embrace and welcome information technology during this period, we must always be cognizant of the costs associated with it. Tourism contributed significantly to GDP in the previous financial year. And with the lockdown regulations, it is concerning how this will impact the province. Honourable Speaker, we are all aware of the failings and continued challenges at Eskom and believe that focus must be on creating alternative energy initiatives or seriously look into IPPs. Not only will this assist in the competition between tariffs at Eskom, but will ensure reliability and impact on the manufacturing, mining, SMMEs, households, and benefication programs. We must never forget, in the words of the Honourable Premier himself, our ability to spend allocated resources is directly linked to our ability to take services to the people. And with this in mind, we must always...
Remember, time has expired.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Thank you very much. Honourable Munama.
Thanks very much, Honourable Speaker of the legislation that has been Tingani Jerindo, Honourable Premier that the Chupusteli Maremagadi Pekwa, Honourable members of the Executive Council, fellow Honourable members of this August House, Chief Whip of the Majority Party. Honourable Speaker, first and foremost, I want to take this opportunity on behalf of the African National Congress to appreciate the visionary leadership of our Honourable Premier, Mahlaji Ahlabirwa Mrwasi, on his stewardship of this province. In his budget speech, he comprehensively identified the substantial progress that the ANC-led government has registered since the 1994 democratic breakthrough, as well as the overarching challenges that still need to be overcome. The reality is that things have significantly changed since the budget has been tabled in this August House. However, since then, the scourge of novel coronavirus, also known as COVID-19, for all intents and purposes, partially throws the script out of the window because we have to reprioritize our targeted variables. There is now an urgent need for the province to find ways within this tight fiscal space to boost economy and protect jobs, curb poverty while reducing inequality and get our ducks in a row. The dynamic nature of our province requires us to comprehensively the overwhelming needs and expectation of our people. The people of Limpopo have legitimate expectation of improved livelihood and dignity. Therefore, we are collectively indebted to work tirelessly towards deepening efforts to transform the economic patterns of the press in order for 5 years of office in this sixth administration and beyond, and to ensure that we place service delivery at the center of transformation and developmental agenda. Honourable Speaker, we fully support this budget because our strong belief is that it confirms our resolve and commitment in addressing the overarching challenges of unemployment, poverty, and inequality. We must at all material times consolidate the gains made to date by the addressing fundamental constraints like chronic understanding of allocated budgets, unauthorized expenditure, fruitless and wasteful expenditure, material non-compliance with prescribed and applicable legislation. OTP must ensure that due diligence is exercised by all sector departments, public entities and municipalities, and to ensure that these provinces get value for their allocated resources. This budget must be understood in the context of social development and radical economic transformation, as well as rolling back the quagmire of underdevelopment, and it is poised for high development trajectory. Like Nelson Mandela said, like slavery and apartheid, poverty is not natural, it's a man-made and it can be overcome and eradicated by action of human beings. And overcoming poverty is not a gesture of charity, it's an act of justice. Honourable Speaker, we welcome ESCO's strategy to direct government procurement in line with PPP for empowerment of designated groups. Honourable Premier, we are also worried about the non-performance of some of the public entities like LEADER, GNT, and GAL, which are on the state of paralysis despite continuous injection of funds. The accounting authorities, which have fiduciary duties to exercise, the duty of utmost care to ensure they prevent any prejudice to the financial interest of the state, or otherwise they must be held accountable for the relinquishing of duties or declared delinquent. We cannot afford to have bottomless where we pour our resources which can't derive benefits. Turnaround strategies needed for this entity. We must continue to lead the way in good governance and sound public resource management. Indeed, we must do more with less. Now that the budgets have been presented in this House, it is incumbent upon the legislature to sharpen and enhance
the
mechanism on how the appropriation bill is appropriately implemented for the benefit of the people of Limpopo. We are inspired and propelled to work harder in ensuring that collectively we put all our hands on deck and push back the frontiers of poverty in an endeavor to radically transform the socio-economic landscape of our province. Inklu buyaina ndekenzile pula. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Munama. We will then move to the next order of the day, which is consideration and adoption of the report of the oversight mechanism on 2020-21 annual performance plan and budget of the Limpopo legislature. Committee Chairperson, Honorable Khanyane.
Thank you very much, Hassan. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, our Honorable Premier, Honorable MECs, all our honorable members of the Limpopo legislature, Honorable Chief Whip and Deputy Chief Whip, leaders of oppositions, good morning. Honorable Speaker, honorable members, the Speaker of the Limpopo legislature, as the executive authority, tabled the 2020-2021 financial year annual performance plan and budget of the Limpopo legislature as required by Section 17, subsection 2 of the Financial Management Act of Parliament and Provincial Legislature of 2009, FAMPLA. Subsequent to the tabling, Honorable Speaker, the APP was referred to the Oversight Mechanism Committee for further scrutiny, consideration, and report back to the House. In terms of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, 1996, Section 114, subsection 2, read together with Section 4, subsection 3 of FAMPLA, and Rule 81, subsection 1, B and C of the Standing Rules and Orders of the Limpopo Legislature, confers powers to the Oversight Mechanism Committee to maintain oversight over the provincial legislature. Honorable Speaker, in compliance with the above legal prescripts, the committee was briefed by the legislature on the APP and budget individual meeting that was held on the 3rd June 2020. I therefore, Honorable Speaker, present the report on consideration and adoption of the report of the oversight mechanism on 2020-2021 financial year annual performance plan and budget for the Limpopo legislature. I so move, Honorable Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. And can I then call for a seconder? Honorable Manama.
Chair, I, Honorable Manama Rogers, I stand and rise to support the presentation by the Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, Malkhanya. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We'll move to the speakers list and ask Honorable Radzlani Florence to take the floor.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, Premier of the Province, Honorable Matwata, Honorable Members of the Executive Council, Honorable Chief Whip, the Leader of the Opposition parties, and Honorable Members. Good morning, Dimachero. Honorable Speaker, the Freedom Charter is 6 years old and was celebrated on Friday, 26 June. It remains one of the most progressive documents in South Africa's history. Honorable Speaker, it represents the collective will of a coalition of like-minded South Africans who transcended race, religion, and political ideology, who came together to craft the vision of a South Africa which will belong to all who live in it. Although the Freedom Charter is 60 years old, the spirit in which it was crafted and the sentiment contained within its pages remains relevant and undisputed to this day. 60 years down the line, it has become even more necessary for us to live up to the letter and spirit of the Charter. Honorable Speaker, more than ever before, we want all citizens to enjoy equal rights and equal access to opportunities, including education, housing, and employment. It is in this spirit, Honorable Speaker, that the committee welcomes the legislature's resolve to partner with local universities and TVET colleges to continue with internship and in-service training to assist young people to acquire work experience. This should be implemented with intentions to create not just jobs, but also relevant and quality jobs. The knowledge to be accumulated by these students should enable them to be absorbed into the ever-changing labor market. Beyond just being employees, these students should also be capacitated to become employers in fields like IT, accounting, law, etc. Honorable Speaker, the committee further encourages the legislature to ensure that the process of reviewing and approving the organizational structure is finalized sooner rather than later. Embedded in this process of crafting the organizational structure should be a vision that ensures that this legislature becomes fit for purpose and is efficient and effective in the execution of its various tasks. The COVID-19 challenge is a crisis that should not go to waste. It should rather be used profitable to propel this organization towards meeting the challenges that come with the fourth industrial revolution. Honorable Speaker, there are also a number of observations that the committee has made, amongst which include the fact that the legislature, through its sub-program on information technology, will ensure that there is maintenance of ICT system and that reports are compiled on security of the system against virus and cyber attacks, amongst others. The maintenance of this system is crucial, especially for moments such as this, when we really need the successful operation of the ERP, Microsoft Teams, and all IT-related systems. Honorable Speaker, the committee
Honorable Member, 1 minute left.
The committee is concerned that there is no progress to move to better audit opinion. The legislature's audit status has been stagnant for previous years with materials findings. So we urge the legislature to ensure that material non-compliance amid availability of policies and legal prescripts should be avoided or at all cost. We are concerned as a committee that maintenance of the building is not completed on the stipulated period. The legislature should provide clarity to the House about the cost implications, and if this will not affect the audit opinion negatively, we want the audit remedial plan to be submitted to the committee as soon as possible. Honorable Speaker, the political parties represented in the legislature should enable through resources to execute their constituency work with ease. The committee required clarity on how such constituency funds were distributed and was informed that discussions were underway to address disparities pertaining to allocations. The legislature should keep the committee abreast of all unfolding discussions regarding the constituency funding. We have acknowledged the intent by the legislature to engage in community outreach program as part of deepening and strengthening relations with communities. Resolve petitions quickly and taking the legislature to the people. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
No, thank you very much, Honorable Member. Honorable Msala Charles. Hey, unmute your mic, otherwise you are going to eat into your time. You are talking to yourself now. Unmute the mic. Your mic is not mute, it's still muted. We can't hear you. Honorable Member, your mic is still muted. We can't hear you. If you go to the icon where there's a sign of a mic, and then you click.
Honorable Speaker is trying to unmute, but he can't.
No, it's still muted.
Unmute that side, regular team Agamona. This guy is trying again.
You're not on the floor. Nobody recognizes you, Honorable Bhutan.
Problem.
Okay. Leave that to us. We'll attend to it if there's a problem.
Or maybe let's get another speaker to come back to this one when we resolve the problem.
Honorable Maharaj, can you take the floor? We'll come back to Honorable Msala.
Thank you kindly, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the Democratic Alliance welcomes your call to be united in our diversity and in ensuring the fostering of social cohesion and reconciliation amongst our people. COVID-19 has indeed once again been an eye-opener and has clearly portrayed a picture of the underprivileged, the most vulnerable of society. Nation building and a culture of Ubuntu and caring must be the order of the day and must be the culture that we internalize to help get our country and province back on track and working towards growing our economy and creating jobs. Honorable Speaker, indeed the only way to achieve the vision above is to take a strong stance against corruption and looting. Corruption negatively impacts the lives of the poorest of the poor. In essence, it robs them the opportunity to prosper and to overcome their plights. Rest assured, Honorable Speaker, that the Democratic Alliance will support you on a zero-tolerance approach towards corruption and a deliberate lack of accountability. Honorable Speaker, whilst COVID-19 has brought about challenges in terms of the oversight required by members of this August House, we welcome the introduction of the Fourth Industrial Revolution in terms of the virtual meetings. However, the Democratic Alliance believes that in terms of Section 114 of the Constitution 1996, more should and could still be done in terms of holding the executive accountable. In comparison to most of the other legislatures, Limpopo is only holding its second sitting since lockdown. Honorable Speaker, our Constitution entrenches public participation and being a crucial element to a successful democracy, we encourage the Speaker and his team to explore this aspect, especially given the current uncertainty, anxiousness, and panic that our people are currently facing. Honorable Speaker, whilst I sit in the opposition bench, I must also give credit where it is indeed due. And to that end, I must congratulate the Public Participation and Petitions Committee, who have started off doing some great work and engaging on a number of public engagements and activities. A number of the petitions were adjudicated and concluded, and this is a clear indication that we are heading in the right direction pre-COVID-19. The challenge now, however, is how do we proceed? Honorable Speaker, the youth are the future leaders of our province, and given the extremely high levels of unemployment in this category, we must invest more in this sector and we must empower our youth. Sadly, I believe that when it comes to gender-based violence and femicide, I do believe that the province must do much more work. It is infuriating to see the levels at which these brutal killings and suffering, especially young women, are exposed to. There are far too many cases that are still pending, and unfortunately the justice for these young individuals is either not served or the wheels take far too long to serve. Both as perpetrators are either not caught or because the justice system is too slow. Honorable Speaker, we anxiously await a report on the state of readiness and preparedness for the House to resume sittings in accordance with the COVID-19 regulations, as we believe that resumption of duties of members in accordance with the regulations is imperative if we are to hold the executive account and in accordance with the Constitution and the House rules. The Democratic Alliance is disappointed in the
lack of... time has expired, Honorable Member.
Honorable Speaker, you must give me more time like the others.
No, this is the time which was agreed by all parties that we must give everyone. It's not me who decided. Honorable Muthala, are you succeeding?
Honorable
Muthala? So honorable members disappeared. Honorable Muthala?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Thank you so much. Greetings to the House. Thanks for the opportunity given. Honorable Speaker, the return of the budget allocated to this committee to COVID-19 should include monies which were assigned for various celebrations and calendar days which the institution can survive if they are honored. The EFF further submits that given the cost of living, the stipends given to interns should be increased, noting the transport fares rising rapidly. We commend the move to secure life cover for members and staff. However, the protection of employees and NPLs should not tamper with existing life covers of said participants. Especially worth noting is to verify who are the underwriters of such cover and give members a platform to choose without negatively on their private setups. The ICT should explore the possibility of using locally established apps when engaging on virtual meetings and IT processes. It should further ensure that offices of all members and centers are equipped with tools that enable a conducive working environment. We need an action plan from audit unit which reflects all legal actions and clear plans to improve the audit outcomes. The discussions on constituency allowance to political parties should be prioritized without delay, as we are here to serve various constituencies. The oversight visits should be the priority of this House, especially on COVID-19 projects. This is one of the core mandates of the provincial legislature to the people of Limpopo. The constant and focused oversight will ensure that departments are held to account on various service delivery projects on the ground. The role of the legislature as one of the core operating institutions remain an important one, especially in recent times where corruption, maladministration, and poor governance are rampant. We are submitting that a monthly report be submitted to the Committee on Progress, procedures and processes followed on procurement of COVID-19 amenities by all departments, etc. This visit should also include other sites which ordinarily will have been visited if there was no COVID-19. We have noted with serious concern that the revamp and renovation of the provincial legislature is a never-ending process. However, the question is, when is the legislature relocating to Polokwane? Finally, Honorable Deputy Speaker, we request a report with regards to recommendations on APP 2020-2021. The EFF reject the budget vote because it does not have the necessary commitment to change the lives of the people. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member, and also for sticking to the allocated time. Honorable Sanyana, can I request members to mute their mics, please? We're hearing conversations which we're not supposed to be privy to. Honorable Khanyana?
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Our Honorable Premier Matlakia Tlhabirwa, Honorable Chupu Matabata, Honorable Chief Whip and Deputy Chief Whip, all our Honorable MECs and Honorable members of the Limpopo Legislature, greetings to you all. Honorable Speaker, as the legislature, we are charged with the responsibility of establishing a capable, ethical, and development state, irrespective of challenges that we are facing as a nation. We all know that we are facing a serious challenge that is COVID-19 pandemic. We call upon all members of the society to comply with COVID-19 regulations. Honorable Speaker, I agree with other honorable members that say the legislature should lead by example. Allow me, Honorable Speaker, to present this budget oversight to this August House. Honorable Speaker, the Limpopo Legislature has a budget allocation of 385.1 million for 2020-2021 financial year, which represents an increase of 2.5% compared to 2019-2020 financial year budget allocation of 375.8 million. Honorable Speaker, an amount of 131.1 million, which is 34% of the total allocation, has been allocated to administration, which is an increase of 2.2 million from the 128.9 million budget allocation for 2019-20 financial year. Facilities for members and political parties received an allocation of 153.2 million, which is 40%, which is an increase of 4.8 million from the 148.4 million allocation made in 2019-2020 financial year. Parliamentary services received an allocation of 100.8 million, which is 26% increase of 2.2 million from 98.6 million allocation, which was made for 2019-2020 financial year. On the financial management, Honorable Speaker, the committee noted that the legislature would be returning an amount of 21 million to provincial treasury towards COVID-19 provincial contribution of 3.47 billion. The legislature was warned about irregularities that might arise out of the expenditure in respect of COVID-19 and advised that everything should be done with the legal frameworks. Further, Honorable Speaker, that the legislature should ensure that revised or adjusted estimates are communicated to the committee accordingly.
You could round up, Honorable Member.
If I could round up, okay. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I'll now come to the recommendations. The committee commended Limpopo Legislature on the work it was engaged in and will regularly monitor their performance. Honorable Speaker, as the committee, we recommended that the legislature should be exemplary on the matters of lean audit. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, an audit remedial plan should be submitted to the committee on or before the 11th June 2020. The legislature should update the committee on revised estimates made upon budget adjustment. Members should be cordially informed about the details on allocations pertaining constituency funding. We further recommended that a comprehensive report on COVID-19, including the state of readiness for resumption of duties by the legislature, should be submitted to the committee on the 11th June 2020. Security of the parliamentary village and implementation of the National Key Point project as a policy matter should be prioritized and feedback be furnished to the committee. In conclusion, Honorable Speaker, the committee considered the annual performance plan and budget of the Limpopo Legislature. I hereby move that this report be adopted as a part of this August House and that the APP and budget of the Limpopo Legislature for 2020-2021 financial year be passed. I thank you, Ria Leboha.
Thank you very much, honorable members, for that debate, and we will then move to the next order of the day, which is the consideration and adoption of the report of the Portfolio Committee on Education on the 2020-21 annual performance plan and budget for the Department of Education. Committee Chairperson, Honorable Mate.
Thanks, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Premier, Honorable Chief Whip of the Majority Party, leaders of the opposition parties, members of the Executive Authority, honorable members, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Honorable Speaker, in compliance with the constitutional obligation, the Portfolio Committee on Education convened on the 25th June 2020 to afford the department an opportunity for briefing on the 2020-2021 annual performance plan and the budget. I therefore, on behalf of the committee, call upon the House to consider and adopt the APP for the Vote 3 Department of Education. I so move, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much. Can I call for the second on the mover? Honorable Smale.
Honorable Chairperson, I move to support the recommendations set out by the Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee of Education. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll refer to the speakers list. Honorable Maritz. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Premier, esteemed members of the Executive Council, leaders of the opposition parties, members of the House and guests. The Department of Education is one of the most important departments in the province and need all the assistance possible to carry out their mandate. Surely a lot of challenges exist like infrastructure development, budget restraints, sanitation and water supply to schools and COVID-19 pandemic relief. Is of utmost importance that the department should focus on handling the fourth industrial revolution to create world standard education. Thank you, sorry. The Freedom Front Plus will continue to contribute inputs to the department, reaching its highest potential. We therefore support the recommendations made by the committee. I thank you.
Lartika Khan.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honorable Maritz. Can we have Honorable Smale?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, members of the Executive and all members present here, as well as members, officials from various departments. It is very difficult to debate an APP without taking into consideration the huge impact of the COVID-19 virus on the department's budget, but also more on the functions of the department. With nearly 3 months of schools lost, 1 billion rand of infrastructure projects at risk of not being completed, and the speculation of between 400 million and 500 million rand being returned back to National Treasury's COVID support program, the department faces a formidable challenge. We are therefore expecting extraordinary commitment and resilience from the department's teachers and pupils. We can and should acknowledge that the infrastructure program of the department will be heavily impacted, and therefore continuous quarterly reports by the department on up-to-date progress with regards to the construction and maintenance of special needs schools, storm damage and vandalized schools, incomplete infrastructure programs by the department will be critical in order to ensure a conducive environment for learning. The next 6 months will be extremely difficult. The Democratic Alliance is of the view that the norms and standard funding for schools is not sufficient to safeguard our learners and teachers against the spread of COVID-19, and therefore must be increased to subsidize provisions of PPEs, which will be required as statistics have shown that the virus is yet to peak. Our children and teacher safety should be prioritized during these testing times. We have noted that 5 schools have been affected by the COVID-19 virus, and this has led to the schools being closed for deep cleansing and that expense of the school. We need to do more as a province to assist schools that are and will be affected. The Portfolio Committee has made several recommendations to the department, and after today, it will become resolutions of this House. These recommendations seek to hold the department accountable, especially when this department has shown in the past that it's not willing to comply with Treasury regulations, PFMA, and AG recommendations. Honorable Speaker, I conclude. The department now has an acting HOD who has proven that she wants to hold officials accountable for their role in the collapse of the department, which led to Section 100 being implemented. She must be given the assistance and the resources to hold people accountable for the 2 billion rand in irregularities and material misstatements that took place. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Smale, and thanks for sticking to the time allocated. Can you have Honorable Manganyi Teniko?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the 0.6% decline in education budget is welcome, especially when there are teachers who are still unemployed. The House will note that with the introduction of social distancing brought by the COVID-19 would warrant more teachers and more classes. The EFF is requesting for the detailed list of claims against the department for the last 3 financial years. We need a report on installed water tanks and how many schools have water as we are fighting COVID-19. Schools which have closed due to low number of learners should be reopened and be used in line with COVID-19 regulations to enable clear social distancing. Massive infrastructure program is required to renovate, fix old schools, and build new ones. More curriculum content should be developed as integrated strategy to fight GBV and other social ills. We reject the reduction of infrastructure budget on the basis that most infrastructure is non-existing or dilapidated. The EFF demands a representation of a plan that relates to supply and provision of water in all schools and sanitation conditions signed for by the SGBs. How much is allocated for PPEs during COVID-19 for students and education staff? The EFF demand answers for all these questions. Honorable Speaker, for the record, the EFF rejects this budget vote due to concerns raised in this debate. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Can I then have Honorable Mate?
Thanks, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, allow me to start my debate by joining millions of South Africans in welcoming the ruling by the High Court on the applications that was made against the easing of lockdown regulations to level 3 and the reopening of schools. This shows clearly that as a country, we are moving towards the right direction under the leadership of President Ramaphosa and his team. Honorable Speaker, as the legislature, we have a constitutional mandate in ensuring that all provincial organs of states are held accountable and to maintain oversight over the executive authority, including the implementation of legislation. This is also supported by Section 26 and 27 of the Public Finance Management Act 1 of 1999. Honorable Speaker, on the 25th June 2020, the Portfolio Committee met with the Department of Education to be briefed on 2021 Annual Performance Plan and Budget. The overall budget allocation for 2020-2021 financial year is 33.8 billion. Out of the 72.8 billion of the provincial budget, which represents an increased budget of 47%. This budget consists of 27 billion for the composition of employees, which is 79.9% of the total budget of the Department of Education, 30 billion for goods and services, 2.5 billion for transfer and subsidies, and 1.2 billion for infrastructure grants. Honorable Speaker, 2021 budget has been allocated as follows to the 7 programs of education. Administration has been allocated 1.9 billion. This program has seen a decrease of 4.0 as compared to 2019-2020 financial year. Composition of employees has also been affected by the decrease of 6.9% to 1.5 billion compared to 1.6 billion in 2019-2020. This was due to mandatory cuts in the composition of employees. Goods and services increased by 6.9 this financial year. 5.5 in 2021-22 and 4.8 in 2022-23 financial year. This high increase in the medium-term expenditure framework in these 2 years is attributed to the Educational Management Information System, which is the EMIS. There's a plan by the department to purchase modems for schools, which will see 500 schools benefiting every year. Honorable Speaker, this administration program has 6 performance measures in which the department has decided to achieve 5 of them. This is due to budget cuts in some programs. These 5 performance measures are early childhood development, reading, community assessment and accountability, infrastructure, sanitation, and safety of schools. Honorable Speaker, 3,784 schools will use SAMS, and 100% of identified schools can be contacted using emails, and 20% of the budget will go to non-personal items. 40% of school will be visited by district office for monitoring and support. And 424 qualified grade R and 12 educators age 30 and below will enter public service educators. Program 2, public ordinary schools. The purpose of this program is to provide public ordinary schools from grade R to 12 in accordance with all relevant policy framework. The budget for this program has been decreased by 5.5% this financial year. It was reported that out of the total budget of 2.3 billion has been earmarked for norms and standards for funding of schools, 1.6 billion for running costs, 6.5 billion for no-fee schools, and 7.14 million for procurement of learning and teaching support material for all quintiles in 2020-21 financial year. 483.7 million for textbooks, 182.8 million for stationery, 38.9 million for transport to distribute books, 2.7 billion for warehouse listing, and 6.3 million for printing. Program 3, Honorable Speaker, is independent schools. This has been allocated 148.8 million, which is an increase by 5.5 compared to 141 million in 2019-2020. The allocation will see 100% of schools, registered independent schools, receiving subsidies and visited by the district for mentoring and support. Program 4 is special schools. Honorable Speaker, the core mandate for this program is to provide compulsory public education to special schools as entailed in the South African Schools Act. This program has been allocated 589.83 million, which is an increase by 3.6 as compared to 569.2 million in 2019-2020. The increase is due to the increase in from compensation of employees in both primary and secondary schools, and the new grant which cater for learners with severe profile intellectual disability. Program 5 is early childhood, Honorable Speaker. This program has been allocated 216.8 million, which is 1.9 decrease due to the cut on this program, as the committee noted with concern that the mainstreaming of ECD from social development to education.
Please conclude, your time has expired.
As I conclude, Honorable Speaker, let me go straight to our recommendation. Having considered and scrutinized the 2021 annual performance plan of the department, the committee recommends that the department must report as follows. Report the committee on the impact of a reduction of the budget for 2021 financial year, especially on infrastructure project affected by COVID-19 relief fund. Report on a quarterly basis on infrastructure project pronounced in the state of the province addressed by the Premier 2020 financial year, which are not expressed in both the MEC budget speech as well as the APP. In this, for example, the 515 schools to benefit from the construction of the decent school nutrition, sanitation, report on a quarterly basis on the provision of ICT.
Honorable.
Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. We'll then move to the next order of the day, which is consideration of the report of the Portfolio Committee on Agriculture and Rural Development on the 2020-2021 Annual Performance Plan and Budget for the Department of Agriculture and Rural Development. Committee Chairperson, Honorable Masukame.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker and members of the legislature. On behalf of the Portfolio Committee on Agriculture and Rural Development, I, Masukame, I hereby move that the report of the Portfolio Committee on Agriculture and Rural Development on the 2020 to 2021 Annual Performance Plan and Budget of Limpopo Department of Agriculture and Rural Development as it appear on the ATCP adopted as report of this Honorable House. I move accordingly.
Thank you very much. Can I have any seconder? Honorable Pala K.A.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I take this opportunity to second the committee chairperson, Honorable Mabogasa Messina Isaiah Masukwameng, for the report that he has tabled of the Portfolio Committee on Agriculture in the province. Thanks very much, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much for that. And can we then move refer to the speakers list? Honorable Maritz.
Honorable Speaker,
Your 3
Honorable
minutes
President, esteemed members of the Executive Council, leaders of opposition parties, members of the House, and guests, and public gallery. The department
Can we have order, man? Remember, this sitting is being streamed live on YouTube, and if you could just behave as honorable members, it's correct for her to refer to the members of the public.
Yeah, public
No, man. Honorable Butani, can we have order? One move, man. We're doing well now. You're beginning to cause problems for us. Honorable Maris, can you proceed?
Thank you. The debate on the Department of Agriculture plays a vital role in the establishment of food security in the province and the country as a whole. Unfortunately, the department does not seem to live up to the expectations as it struggles to successfully attain the challenges such as poor administration, underspending on former support programs, a COVID-19 pandemic, and failing projects. The department must take its responsibility serious as agricultural is a major role playing in food security and economic revenue for the province. Strong leadership and sense of responsibility is needed to live up to the expectations of the people of the province. The Freedom Trust Plus therefore supports the recommendations made by the committee. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Maritz. Can I have Honorable Smale?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Agriculture should be a main driver of economic activity and job creation in our province, and yet the sector is at risk. During the last quarter, we saw 19,000 jobs lost in the agricultural sector, adding to the 1 million unemployed people in Limpopo. Life is hard, especially if you are operating in the agricultural terrain. But it's not only job losses in the economic agricultural sector that are at risk. STATA Community Survey of 2016 indicates a 9% drop from 33% of households engaged in agricultural in 2011 to 24% in 2016. The department is failing to assist the agricultural sector, commercial small-scale farmers and subsistence farmers alike to stimulate economic growth in this province. Farmers are up against natural disasters like armyworms, foot-and-mouth disease, drought and storms, and if that is not enough, annually a third of your investments and considerable time goes to safeguarding your crops or livestock against criminal elements. We have witnessed the reduction of financial support to the veterinary program of 1.4 million rand or 2.1%, with many areas still affected by the foot and mouth disease or just recovering. Just like COVID-19, it may spread again. Just like the Portfolio Committee, we welcome the unveiling of the 4 additional research facilities during this financial year. The province should be able to test and produce its own vaccines, especially when it comes to FMD. The Portfolio Committee, as the Portfolio Committee, we as the Democratic Alliance are also concerned about the latest collapse of the Zebedela citrus estate, as well as many similar agricultural projects. Furthermore, small-scale and subsistence farmers must be supported to compete for fair trade price of their produce through sustainable projects. This will enhance job creation and food security and improve quality of life for our farmers. We eagerly await the department's report on assistance given to our farmers and including communal and smallholder farmers affected by COVID-19 from its disaster relief fund. It's critical that we are transparent in our assistance and reporting when the agricultural sector are affected in a time of crisis. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honourable Smiley. Can I then call on Honourable Sishoka? Is Honourable Shoka with us? Oh, welcome. Your mic is muted. We can't hear. Your mic is still muted. We can't hear.
Can we arrange an internship for this kid? He's always muting, wasting our time. Can you have an empowerment program for him, please?
Honourable Shoka, can you move your cursor to the icon of the mic there? Can you click on that icon of the...
Where's Bhutan? Can you assist there, Chief?
Hey, Marakom, why all the time when is the EFF, this mic can't speak? Why?
No, you can't.
No,
why are you just jumping in and speaking and screaming?
Why?
But why are you jumping in and screaming?
It can't be right that. Are you saying all EFF members can't press on mute?
Yeah, but it's not our problem. He's in the house. He must be able to do that in his own house. Well, he's not here in the legislature.
We're not, don't say anything.
Honorable Bhutan, you're out of order. Honorable Bhutan, you're out of order. Honorable Sishoka, can we...
Okay, let me.
Are you able to connect? He's still struggling.
See? Bhutan, you want internship when?
Are we able to help people from IT?
Let Bhutan assist.
Oh, man, Honorable Slamle, please wait.
The time doesn't work in the IT. Whenever IT, they must fix this thing.
The problem is with that kid is illiterate.
Are we succeeding? Can somebody talk to me, please?
These people of IT, they are relaxed. They take time to come and assist us.
The problem is not IT, man. The problem is this EFF fellow. You can't read. Man.
What are you talking when Aslam Lala? Because why do you speak as if it's the first time this guy is using this gadget? It's not the first time. We use it every time. We have our own meetings here.
No, the last one is Martin. Martin must close the debate.
You must arrange internship there for people, man, to learn computers. Well.
Quick.
Every day when we reshuffle, every time.
And it's not for the first time. It's attending meeting with the Microsoft Teams. It's not illiterate.
Can you now? Can you hear me now?
Mobilize your vote.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you. Yeah.
Hello. Yes. I'm audible. I think let's put the record straight. I could hear you on the other side, but my side, it is unmuted on my side. So I don't understand the fuss about it. But let me continue, Honorable Speaker. Can I continue, Honorable Deputy Speaker? Can I continue?
Continue. We can hear you, Honorable Shaw.
Continue.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Thank you to Honorable Deputy Speaker, Honorable Premier, MEC, Honorable Joseph Butani, Leader of the Opposition, and all other members in the House. We are. Can you hear me?
Yes, continue.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, we are debating this budget during the time when the world and our country is struggling with the outbreak of the pandemic known as COVID-19, which has caused a great uncertainty, fear, and panic in the whole world. The pandemic has led to disruption in all sectors worldwide, and agriculture is not spared in this regard. This situation calls for a decisive, selfless, and visionary leaders in the agriculture sector, which the ANC government has failed to provide since the inception of democratic dispensation. The department does not have a monetary tool to measure progress on long-term targets or impacts. As we speak, the department cannot account on its contribution to date on the 1 million job opportunities to be created by 2030, as envisaged in the NDP. Honorable Deputy Speaker, in 2019-2020, SOPA and budget speech by Premier and MEC for Agriculture and Rural Development, respectively, they misled the people of Limpopo in saying that the Leboa Home Apto will be operational by end of 2019 and hundreds of jobs will be created. As we speak now, nothing has happened, but the government is paying around 100,000 per month towards electricity and security on White Elephant. Honorable Speaker, the outbreak of fall armyworm in 2017 has affected maize producers, in particular small-scale farmers. To date, nothing has been done to root out the pest. And the pest is negatively affecting maize production in the province, particularly small-scale farmers. We know the ANC would have acted swiftly if the ANC government would have acted swiftly if the pest was affecting white established farmers. Honorable Speaker, year in, year out, around 3% of the total budget on the department is spent by Program 5, which is a research and technology development. Yet nothing tangible is being produced to address the challenges faced by the department, like folio armyworm, climate change early warning mechanism, utilization of smart pen, foot and mouth disease, just to mention the few. The EFF government will amend both the PFMA and MFA to compel all spheres of government and state-owned entities to procure 80% of goods from local producers and minimum of 50% from producers owned and controlled by women and the youth. The EFF reject the budget as it present and call upon the MEC to address concern as we raise them in order to respond to the immediate challenges faced by our economy. If it does not act, the already early economy will shrink and more jobs will be shared. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Shok. And we apologize for the technical glitches we encountered. Can we then have Honorable Oyaya Digboni?
Honorable Speaker, Honorable Premier, Honorable members of the Provincial Legislature, blessed morning. Honorable Speaker, this debate takes place in the midst of the outbreak of the coronavirus, an unmatched humanitarian disaster ever seen in the 21st century. The month of July in our country is known as the month of Nelson Mandela, with hallmarks of honoring the goodwill legacy left by this towering figure. In one of his speeches, Nelson Mandela once said, "I learned that courage was not the absence of fear, but the triumph over it. The brave man is not he who does not feel afraid, but he who conquers that fear." Honorable Speaker, protocol dictates that the department should brief the Portfolio Committee on its 2020-21 annual performance plan and budget for consideration. This has been done, Honorable Speaker and members, and will ensure that we continue playing our oversight role over the department.
Speaker, you are disturbing us.
Proceed, Honorable Member.
That we continue playing our oversight role over the department with diligence. On farmer support development, honorable members, the department reported that out of the target 4,500, the department supported 3,081 smallholders producers, thus falling short of the target by 1,419 farmers. The Portfolio Committee was not impressed by the reason given by the department that the advertised tender was non-responsive due to failure by bidders to submit the required documents. It was further indicated that the department has been granted approval in December 2019 to participate in the Gauteng seed and seedling contract up to March 2020, while finalizing internal procurement processes. The Portfolio Committee wanted to know, how does the local service providers benefit from this contract, considering that government has an obligation to allocate a percentage of its procurement towards local businesses, particularly those that are owned by youth, women, and people living with disabilities. Honorable members, poverty remains the biggest threat to human dignity, and its eradication is vital for development. Poverty should not be treated as merely a development project. The agenda must include provision of all such basic amenities like safe drinking water, adequate nutrition, educational facilities, etc. Poverty has to be eradicated through the process of youth empowerment. Honorable members, let us support the commitment made by the Premier Mantabata of focusing more efforts in areas like industrialization, agriculture and agro-processing, energy, SMEs, attracting investments, growing the ocean's economy and tourism. On administrative support, a budget of 412.339 billion has been allocated to this program, and it contributes 20.3% of the total departmental budget. The allocated amount shows an increase of 21.735 million, or 5.6% from the 2019-2020 financial year. Revised budget of 390.664 million. The Portfolio Committee encouraged the department to implement the targets on the indicators of department on financial management sub-program that demonstrate the department's commitment to utilize the financial resources effectively and efficiently, and also improve audit outcomes. The Portfolio Committee also encourages the department to retain its graduates, including those on Molala Salam Musa, graduate on engineers, supported by the department. Details on the exit strategy program of the 113 graduates as highlighted in the budget speech and other graduates must be clear and understandable. Honorable Speaker, we are a government that represents the wishes and aspirations of the less privileged. And as such, all our endeavors are centered on the critical task of eradicating poverty, reducing unemployment and inequality. Accordingly, informed and guided by the National Developmental Plan, as well as our own departmental plan since 2009 to date. Honorable Speaker, notwithstanding these challenges, we are aware that the results of fighting both drought and fall armyworm are also pointing to the reality that in spite of the package of intervention we made to date, our agricultural system still needs a lot of attention. As I conclude, Honorable Speaker, thousands of people in South Africa already live with food insecurity and are now further at risk from potential job losses, loss of income, or reduced food production and trade. Decisive action in the immediate term can help to ensure that South Africa's agricultural and food systems are strengthened, not just for the duration of the pandemic, but for the longer term. Let each and every one of us rise to the task of making Limpopo a better province. It is through unity in action that our visions, our ANC manifesto, our hopes and dreams will be realized. And I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member, for that debate. We'll then go to the next order, which is consideration and adoption of the report of the Portfolio Committee on Provincial Treasury on the 2020-2021 Annual Performance Plan and the budget for the Department of Provincial Treasury. Committee Chairperson.
Thanks very much, Honorable Speaker. I move that the report of the Portfolio Committee on the Annual Performance Plan and Budget of the Department of Provincial Treasury be adopted as a report of this Honorable House. I move accordingly, the Honorable the Speaker.
Thank you very much, Committee Chairperson, Honorable Kholane, Alfred Phala. Can we refer to the speakers list and have Honorable Libya Oyaya Kiriboni opening the discussion?
Don't tell me what you value. Show me your budget.
Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker.
Yes. Who's this? Honorable
I think procedurally we have to support or second.
Yes, you are very correct. You are very correct. Can I have any seconder to the budget? Thank you very much, Honorable Mnama. Any seconder?
Yeah. Chair, I rise.
Honorable Makrupecha, I see your hand is up.
Yeah, thanks very much, Honorable Speaker. I rise to second the motion.
Thank you very much, and thanks to Honorable Mnama for reminding the presiding officer. Let's refer to the speakers list. Honorable Livia Oyaya Kiriboni.
Don't tell me what you value. Show me your budget, and I'll tell you what you value. We must consult our means rather than our wishes. Honorable Speaker, the Honorable Premier, and Honorable Members, the combination of low growth and rising unemployment and now catastrophic novel coronavirus means that South Africa's economic trajectory is unsustainable. Provincial Treasury's allocation for 2020-2021 financial year amounts to 521.3 million, which signifies 3% increase of 14.5 million from the budget of 506.8 million for 2019-2020 financial year. 210.35 million, which is 40% of the total allocation, has been allocated to corporate management services, 99.7 million, 19% to sustainable resource management, 55.2 million, which is 11% to assets, liabilities, and supply chain management, 109.24 million, which is 21% to financial governance, and 46.8 million, which is 9% to shared internal audit services. Goods and services received 159.9 million, which is an increase of 13.6 million, or 7.9% from the 173.5 million, which was allocated in the 2019-20 financial year. Transfer subsidies received 4.7 million, which is a decrease of 1.8 million, or 27.5% rather, from 6.5 million, which was allocated in the 2019-20 financial year. The decrease was mainly caused by the non-awarding of bursaries for 2020-21 financial year. However, existing external students who have been registered with institution of higher learning will be catered for. Payment of capital assets received 17.6 million, which is an increase of 12.9 million from 4.7 million allocations made in 2019-2020 financial year. The coronavirus or COVID-19 erupted at a time when the South African economy was already experiencing major challenges of stagnant economy. The economy is currently in a recession characterized by low economic growth and a depreciating exchange rate. As the committee, we are painfully aware of the fact that the COVID-19 is going to have a negative impact to the existing budget allocation in the provincial departments and public entities. As the committee, we would like to reiterate the view that it is impractical for the province to reduce the equitable shares without denting the budgets of the departments of health and education, who receive 77% of the total equitable share. We commend the department's effort of affecting this cut in a way that does not have a severe effect on the delivery of its services. We therefore support the government view that in order to implement the proposed contribution, the province has proposed to consider prior year expenditure as a baseline, no annual increase, no new appointments, no relocation costs, no vehicle subsidies, no non-essential overtime, prior year liabilities. Attrition and resignation savings will be used to cover unforeseen and unavoidable expenditure towards year end. And I thank you.
Thank you very much, honorable member. I see a hand, the Honorable Khanyane. Is it because you raised it earlier and it's still up, or? Okay, can I have Honorable Rapila George?
See what I'm speaking of. See?
I'll speak on behalf of Honorable Rapela.
Who's on the floor now?
Time. You see? So he can also unmute.
Honorable Speaker.
Our problems are many.
Yes, proceed, Honorable. Is it Honorable Maganye?
Yes, Honorable Speaker, thank you.
All right, proceed. We can hear.
Honorable Speaker, the decrease in terms of budget commitment on goods and services signals lack of commitment and understanding of how the department operates. This decrease implies that infrastructure support capacity, contractual obligations, and municipal interventions will not satisfy the departmental needs. We seek clarification on the decrease of 1.8 million linked to non-awarding of bursaries, which are crucial to the intellectual and academic development of young people in Limpopo. The department is expected to monitor and create awareness on corruption, yet it is always caught in the middle of dodgy deals such as the Limpopo network, collapse of VBS, towards a land acquisition and more. This is the same department which is expected to exemplary to sister departments. We request a list of all departmental accruals from health and progress benefit henceforth, because clearly something is fishy. We request the Department of Health to avail list of procurement since the start of COVID-19. The procurement of 500 billion was not supposed to temper and affect key deliverables of government. A report on maintenance costs per bus should also be submitted to the committee. We will appreciate a procurement report from all departments, as it has become a norm that few individuals, in particular ruling party comrades, have seized the provision of goods and services in the province. What has been the role of provincial treasury in the midst of all financial governance collapse in state institutions? The EFF rejects this budget vote because it is already infiltrated by corrupt elements and therefore will not benefit the people of Limpopo. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Can I call upon Honorable Maraj?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, COVID-19 has rendered a devastating blow to the budgets and services to the people of Limpopo. And as such, the key focus for the Department of Treasury must be to assist in the improvement, monitoring, oversight, and consequence management in other departments, municipalities, and public entities to improve compliance to the PFMA, MFMA, and other policies and regulation. This is of vital importance, given that there has been non-compliance on the Provincial Maintenance Route Grant, the PMRG, and we call on the MEC for Treasury to hold those accountable that were in breach of the policy with regards to RAL, where funds were utilized for maintenance of the roads in contravention of the policy. An additional non-compliance of the National Health Insurance grants, whereby the grant was meant for the assistance of health facilities to ready themselves for the implementation of the NHI, however, was withheld as it was not used in line with expectations of national treasury. These are unfortunate and unacceptable mistakes which impact the people of Limpopo negatively, and those that are complicit in these issues must be held accountable. Deliberate lack of accountability can no longer be tolerated. Honorable Speaker, Limpopo Province has also been ranked third highest with regards to the criteria used by National Treasury to transfer funds to the province at an amount equating to 10,400 rands per person compared to other provinces on equitable share per capita. Honorable Speaker, according to National Treasury, 70 million rands was allocated to the province in 2019-2020 financial year, which was broken up as 40 million rands during main appropriation and 30 million rands during adjustments for the training in health sciences. These funds were used to fill other positions, resulting in over-expenditure of the grant. This is in contravention of the statutory human resources, training and development grant in the Department of Health. These deviations and neglect of policies and procedures place the province and department under unnecessary scrutiny, both from an audit and accounting perspective. Honorable Speaker, it is also concerning that certain grants are not being adequately spent, like the Math, Science and Technology grants, which was at 12%, and the Education Infrastructure grant, which is at 67%. We have already witnessed a number of transgressions, misallocations, looting and corruption since the lockdown in other provinces, and we strongly call upon the MEC for Treasury to ensure that the necessary measures are in place to deal with procurement irregularities that may occur due to the emergencies caused by the COVID-19 pandemic in Limpopo Province. Honorable Speaker, we are indeed very concerned about the financial stability, viability and governance of GAL. Although there is now finally an interim board established to assist in the governance aspect, the future prospects look bleak and the entity is bleeding much needed resources that could be optimally used in more productive departments. Honorable Speaker, we are also hopeful that now we have a turnaround in GNT after the purchases of the new buses, as this was another failed entity bleeding the provincial coffers dry. Honorable Speaker, the Democratic Alliance is disappointed in the lack of transparency by the executive. Since the onset of the lockdown, we have written on numerous occasions for information on how the 3.5 billion rands to be returned to National Treasury would be split between the departments. To date, we have not received any response. This, in effect, renders it extremely difficult to support any budget until information is indeed transparent and forthcoming. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Can I then call Honorable Pala Rudolph to take the floor.
Thanks very much, Honorable Speaker. We debate the annual performance plan and budget of the Department of Provincial Treasury, and in general, because this is the best performing department in the provincial government. And that's why it has been getting clean audits year after year. In general, their performance internally in the structure and in how they run their affairs are some of the best in the province, and they are doing generally very well. But because Treasury has not been established only for itself, it has been established to serve the entire provincial government and entities and even municipalities. The issues we usually raise are exogenous. Exogenous means not endogenous, means external to it, but there are issues that it should also pay attention to and is responsible to as a department that does not just serve itself but serves the others. The first point is that we think it should continue to monitor the 30-day invoice payment by departments and entities as part of the clean audit campaign, because this department gets clean audit and we want a number of other departments that are closer to getting clean audit to be able to reach it. And part of the tools to reach that is the 30-day invoice payment that should be done by department entities. Another second point we raise is the work that Treasury should do working with others to reduce the more than 200 million rand that we are spending annually on rent to various categories of landlords in Polokwane and throughout the province that are accommodating the provincial government and its entities. It's a lot of money, 200 million that we are paying on rent, and therefore work should be done to reduce that, including where it is possible to acquire some of the cheap buildings that can be acquired by the provincial government. Number three, we raise the issue of ring-fencing maintenance budget so that the various categories of infrastructure that we build has budget for maintenance, because we build clinics and libraries and schools and traditional authority offices and other categories of buildings every year, but there is no ring-fenced maintenance budget set aside to maintain them. And on many occasions, some of them over time get dilapidated because of lack of maintenance. Number four, we raise the issue of the 3.5 billion that RAL has been compelled to pay back to national government because of the irregularities that happened in RAL over the years in relation to the misuse of conditional grant for road maintenance and using that money for road upgrading. And to that extent, we say provincial treasury working with public works and others must ensure that there is consequence management in relation to the people or persons who are responsible for that huge irregularity that have led to a situation where the provincial government had to pay national government 3.5 billion rand back of that irregular. Also, we say work must be done to strengthen the transversal audit committee so that the work of auditing departments and including the strengthening of internal audit functions in all departments is done so that the audit capacity of department is improved. There are departments that have stayed on qualification for more than a decade, like sport, arts and culture and education and health, and therefore the strengthening of the audit mechanisms that are available for the provincial government, which is one of the tools available in the hands of the provincial treasury, should be tightened and strengthened to ensure that we improve the audit performance of the provincial government as a whole. Number 6, we should strengthen the support to municipalities. We saw what happened when municipalities took money and invested it in a non-bank institution called Vendor Building Society Mutual Bank, in contravention of Municipal Finance Management Act that says you can invest the municipal money in a non-bank institution, in a Mugurishano type of thing called VPS. And therefore, the support that provincial treasury is giving to municipalities must be strengthened, because on occasion, like in relation to the case of Vembe, it is official of the provincial treasury themselves who were involved in transferring money from Vembe district to the VPS. And to that extent, therefore, that area that is there in provincial treasury, or called municipal financial support, must be strengthened to ensure that a thing of that kind and others that may happen similar to it do not happen again, and that the performance, the financial performance and audit outcomes of municipalities in the province is enhanced. If you saw the report that the Auditor General released yesterday, it's not very good. Only one municipality in the province got a clean audit, and there is still a municipality on a disclaimer, and a lot of municipalities on qualification in the province, and therefore they're strengthening this area of supporting municipalities to improve their audit outcomes and their financial performance will help the state of municipalities in the province as much as possible. We also said that the provincial treasury should monitor the issue of consequence management on financial matters where people have transgressed financially, and consequences must ensue in relation to those individual persons. Also, must attend to the issues of Road Agency Limpopo, Gateway Airports Authority Limited, and Great North Transport, which are 3 entities that are the worst performing provincial entities in the provincial government financially, that they must be enhanced to continue to beef up the infrastructure hub, so with professionals of all kinds, so that the work that is being done by public works is enhanced as much as possible, and we are able to deliver the necessary infrastructure. I thank you very much, the Honorable the Speaker. Thanks.
No, thank you very much, Honorable Pala, for taking part in the discussion. We'll go to 7.2.6, which is the order. Next order: consideration and adoption of the following reports of the Portfolio Committee on Economic Development, Environment and Tourism. Chairperson of the committee, Honorable Slamlela.
Honorable Speaker, thanks very much. Honorable members of the Executive Council of our province, members of the legislature, friends and compatriots, the Department of Economic Development, Environment and Tourism tabled its annual performance plan budget and that of its entities, Limpopo Economic Development.
Honorable Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Bhutan. On what point are you raising?
I'm raising on a point of order. We are in a formal sitting of the legislature. We cannot write that our people and ourselves were addressed by Honorable Slamlela with the tracksuit. It's a formal sitting. It's a formal sitting.
Yes, it's a formal sitting and a visual sitting. We'll encourage members that as we have these meetings, we just in a manner that is honorable, so that we maintain the decorum of the House. The point that is being raised is correct, and we should maintain the decorum of the House. But I will allow him to proceed if members don't have a problem.
Thanks very much, Advice Speaker. We will in future ensure that we get our overalls on so that we maintain the decorum of the House. As I was indicating that the department presented and tabled the annual performance plan and budget for its entities, Limpopo Economic Development Agency, Limpopo Gambling Board, and Limpopo Tourism Agency, to this August House. Subsequent to that, the report was referred to the Portfolio Committee for further processing, consideration, and for the committee to report back to this House. Empowered by Section 114, subsection 2A of the Constitution of the Republic, as amended, read together with Rule 881, subsection 1B of the Standing Rules and Orders of the Legislature, the committee received and interrogated the brief from the department and satisfied itself that the plans and the budgets are aligned, and we therefore accordingly move to the House to consider and adopt the APP and budget of the department and its entities, Limpopo Economic Development Agency, Limpopo Gambling Board, and Limpopo Tourism Agency. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Slamel, can you hear me? I was saying that we need to adopt the reports of the agencies separately. After you have presented the report of the department, we will call for a seconder for each and every report of the agency. You can start with the annual performance plan and budget for the Department of LIDET. You can start with that, and then we'll go to the next one.
Still new.
Oh man, can you have order, man? Honorable Bhutan.
Honorable Speaker, if that's the understanding, I so move that the August House consider the annual performance plan and budget of Limpopo Economic Development, Environment and Tourism for consideration and adoption.
Can we have a seconder?
Can we try the second?
Honorable Appropriation, second.
Yes, Honorable Speaker. I, Makoma Grace Makrupechi, hereby second the move by Honorable Slamle.
Thank you very much. We can go to the second one.
Honorable Speaker, in the same vein, allow me to present for consideration and adoption the report of Limpopo Economic Development Agency.
Limpopo Development Agency. Any seconder for? Any seconder, Honorable Mate?
Honorable I, Simon Mate, hereby second the move by Honorable Slamule.
Thank you. We can move to the next one, Honorable Slamlela.
Honorable Speaker, allow me to present before this August House for consideration and adoption the report, the annual performance plan and budget for Limpopo Gambling Board.
You've jumped the LTA.
It's fine, Honorable Speaker. Can I then present Limpopo Tourism Agency report, annual performance plan and budget for consideration and adoption by this August House?
Any seconder, Honorable Rajlani?
Where's Bhutan?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I'm seconding the motion as put forward by Honorable Slamlen.
Thank you very much. The last one.
Honorable Speaker, with due respect, allow me to present before this August House for consideration and adoption the annual performance plan and budget for Limpopo Gambling Board.
Any seconder?
Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker.
You raise your hand, man. There are people who have raised their hands here, Honorable Bhutan.
Oh, so I must not second, all right, no problem.
No, I didn't say it was not second.
No, it's okay, no problem.
Honorable Mukawa Mpukana.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I support the motion represented by Honorable Sulamalela.
Thank you very much. With respect to the speakers list.
Second.
Second after
Honorable Slamalela, can we have order, please? Can I have Honorable Mate Simon?
Honorable Speaker, Honorable Premier, members of the Executive Council and members of the Provincial Legislature, the Chief Whip of the ruling party, the African National Congress, and the Chief Whip of the leader of the opposition, Honorable Butani. Allow me once again to start by saying that when learning is purposeful, creativity blossoms. When creativity blossoms, thinking emanates. When thinking emanates, knowledge is fully lit. When knowledge is lit, economy flourishes. Honorable Speaker, we're saying this simply because the current creativity that we see.
Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker.
Yes, you are rising onward.
Yeah, on a point of order, we need to see the person on the floor.
Okay.
We acknowledge the good quote he started with. We must see where this quote is coming from.
Honorable Mate, can you put your camera on, please?
Sir, Honorable Deputy Speaker, it seems as if I have a crisis in relation to camera. I'm not sure. I'm trying, but I'm struggling. I know that
proceed in the meantime while you are dealing with the camera.
Misses me so much, he will see me. The Honorable Speaker, we are saying this simply because the current creativity that we see within LEADED under these difficult economic circumstances really assures us that our economy will soon flourish. The current challenges relating to COVID-19 continues to impact negatively on our economic growth, but we remain optimistic about the future. While we acknowledge that the reopening of the mining industry has come with its challenges pertaining to COVID-19, at the same time, it will still help us to ensure that our provincial economy remains active. We are not referring to the mining sector alone. Many sectors are now permitted to operate under strict conditions. Sectors like hair and beauty, retail, and many others. And this will continue to save jobs and contribute minimally towards our economic growth. The department is moving very fast in relation to the broadband project. And very soon our ordinary masses, including students, will reap the benefits of the project. This progress across various sectors in our province through the department reminds us of a statement by Jim Wright when he said, "We cannot build a vital economy by delivering pizzas to one another." It's funny how the economy is about to collapse because people are only buying what they need. This statement, Honorable Speaker, it is relevant today because if various sectors were not permitted to operate, then obviously the economy was going to collapse. We have noted, Honorable Speaker, and we continue to pride ourselves with the work and progress made in relation to the Messina Mercado SEZ, and we want to appreciate the commitment shown by the board and the CEO. We have received reports from all entities, and we appreciate the work done. However, Honorable Speaker, we remain concerned because this good work which our entities are doing are not communicated to the public. And we need a very aggressive communication strategy so that our people can see and know these good things. Honorable Speaker, the department is busy reprioritizing their annual performance plan programs because of unavoidable situation of COVID-19. And we remain confident that they will still manage to do well. We know as a matter of fact that the department, as per their APP, they have reconstituted various boards in various entities. However, we still remain concerned about the lack of participation or appointment or representation of women and people with disability and the youth of the province. We therefore hope that this matter would soon be attended to as the department has committed towards addressing that particular matter. Honorable Speaker, we also observed the progress that has been made in relation to the revitalization of the Great North Transport. There has been a procurement of buses, which to a large extent they will help in generating revenue for the Great North Transport. Insofar as the APPs are concerned, we are happy that the department has now taken a new direction in terms of ensuring that those that are the programs that are identified are implementable and achievable. And by saying this, Honorable Speaker, I'm compelled to say nations and their economies grow in large part because they increase their collective knowledge about nature and the environment, and because they are able to direct this knowledge towards productive ends. But such knowledge does not emerge as a matter of course, while most societies that ever existed were able to generate some technological progress.
Remember?
It typically consisted, Honorable Speaker, in only one case did such an accumulation of knowledge become sustained and self-propelling to the point of becoming explosive and changing the material basis of human existence more thoroughly and more rapidly than anything before in the history of humans on this planet. The progress in the department and creativity that exists shows that we will secure a prosperous, peaceful, livable planet if we harness economic growth and development to social solidarity across and between generations. I thank you and can say.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mate. We hope that you'll be working on ensuring that your video works. Members wants to see you.
Honorable Speaker, I know they miss me so much, they will see me.
Is Honorable Rapila still being replaced by somebody?
Yes, Honorable Speaker, Sishoka, I will represent Honorable Rapila.
Okay.
Yes, Honorable Deputy Speaker, Honorable Premier, MEC, Honorable Joseph Butani, Leader of the Opposition, and all fellow members, receive our greetings. Honorable Deputy Speaker, we need a report of the cases which were adjudicated in the last financial year, detailing progress, therefore, if any. All of us have got responsibility of making sure that the corruption is uprooted in its totality. Honorable Deputy Speaker, female representation at management level in this department is a big disappointment, noting that we are over 20 years in democracy. We find it difficult to understand why the department reduced its economic development budget by over 26% while people are losing jobs. What has been the role of LEADET during the difficult period of COVID-19 in ensuring black business remain afloat apart from producing reports. The need for a solid state mining company is more urgent. Takeover and state abandoned mines will lead to an employment of many people, noting that over 11,000 jobs were lost in the last financial year. With the aim of stimulating the economic growth and create sustainable jobs, the department must open factories in all districts of the province to manufacture and produce COVID-19 items, as this pandemic will be with us for a longer time. Our industries will not grow as long as government allows big corporates to bull small business through misleading donation on opportunities, while they will be getting tax incentives for such donations. The state, through environmental division, must ensure that citizens of this province are not harassed for using herbs and natural remedies to fight illness. Lengana and other herbs must be availed to all who require or see the need to use them. The department must provide the detailed plans to remedy the failures which happened since 2016 on the lack of reaching the METT, which is below 67%. This continues to disadvantage the revenue of the department, as there is no single nature reserve which has been commercialized. It is public knowledge that Mapungwe Festival has collapsed and is not attractive to audience outside this province. We need a joint effort by LIDET and Sports and Arts Culture Department to improve post-COVID-19. The EFF, Honorable Deputy Speaker, the EFF therefore reject this budget vote as it does not address the real issues facing the people of our province. I thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Just to appeal to members that those that have switched on two gadgets with an attempt to try and watch themselves on YouTube, please switch off one gadget because there's some echo. If there are two gadgets, you create echo, which then affects the sound and audibility of the speakers. Can we go to Honorable Smale?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, members of the Executive and members today present. With a 5.1% year-on-year increase in the official unemployment rate in the Limpopo province, up from 18.5% in March 2019 to 23.6% for the same period in 2020. This is the second largest increase of unemployment figures nationally, with only the Northwest province who experienced a higher percentage increase of 6.8%. The quarterly labor force survey for the period January to March 2020, released by Stats SA, paints a forbidding outlook for the next quarter, during which the effects of COVID-19 lockdown will be seen. Limpopo experiences staggering losses both on a quarterly as well as on a year-on-year basis. Industries which lost jobs during this quarter under review were the agricultural sector, where 16,000 jobs were lost. The community and social services shed 19,000 jobs. Year-on-year losses were experienced in the mining sector, 7,000 job losses. The transport sector, 9,000 job losses. Private households, 13,000 job losses. And the trade of the province lost 37,000 jobs. It is clear that most sectors experienced losses, but the trading sector, which includes many small business owners, was the hardest hit. Now, with almost 1 million people are unemployed and discouraged, and we have witnessed an increase in crime statistics as well. We can no longer talk about special economic zones as a blueprint to creating job opportunities within our province. If Limpopo is to succeed, these economic zones must succeed. The Messina Makado Special Economic Zone has the opportunity to create much needed revenue, not only for government, but to allow towns like Messina and Makado to become prosperous cities. Policy certainty around land ownership and environmental impact studies are crucial if we want to lure international investors to the amount of 150 billion rand and nearly 25,000 direct job opportunities to this zone. We expect the department to finalize the water infrastructure plans and risk that it might hold for this project. Let's come clean as some of these sources of this water. Let us be transparent about the offtake agreements and what this will cost to South Africa as well as to Zimbabwe. LTA needs to be far more creative to improve our tourism footprint, especially under lockdown. With 1 in every 22 people working in South Africa employed in the tourist industry and one of the most affected sectors during lockdown, much needs to be done to market Limpopo as a destiny of choice. A greater need is required to improve Gulf's international status, and we can no longer have an interest facility welcoming international visitors, but not receiving any since 2010. Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Smiley. Honorable Slamlela.
Honorable Speaker, thanks very much. Honorable Speaker, honorable members, members of the Executive Councils, fellow friends, compatriots, thanks once again for the opportunity to debate the Limpopo Economic Development, Environment and Tourism Vote 6 Budget and Annual Performance Plan for the 2020.
Chair. Yes, Honorable Butani.
Honorable Speaker, why do people continue to address us as Sababu? Paying or what? What is happening? Huh?
Honorable Butani, there's Honorable Slamlela. Can you continue, please?
Yeah, there is some mood.
Okay.
It would seem that the problems are not only technical, Chair, they are also visual.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Chair. Honorable Speaker, the Department of Economic... Am I protected?
Yes, you are protected very much.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable Speaker, the Department of Economic Development, Environment and Tourism, along with other departments in the economic cluster, remains pivotal in the realization of priorities outlined in the Limpopo Development Plan as well as the National Development Plan. Accordingly, Honorable Speaker, the mandate of this department is to promote the provincial economy, provincial economy and manage environment and tourism activities. The committee has noted that in the current year, the department has developed plans that will ensure that it fulfills its mission of creating and facilitating the development of a competitive, sustainable environment and tourism growth. However, the outbreak of the COVID-19 across the globe has impacted economies negatively, and our province has not been spared. The impact includes the negative growth of the economy as the loss of jobs and closure of business, while the poor became even more vulnerable to hunger. The 1.77 billion budget allocated in the current year for the department and its state-owned entities will indeed go a long way in realizing the priorities in the annual performance plan. The department will need to ensure efficient and effective use of allocated funds. It should be noted, Honorable Speaker, that the committee endorsed the annual performance plan and would like to implore on the department to have clear implementation plan and monitor all the activities in all of its programs. Honorable members, the Portfolio Committee of the Legislature has noted the effort of the department in strengthening the workforce and leadership of LIDET and its entities. The committee has implored and emphasized that the department should ensure that the boards and the staff component of entities are equipped with capable human resource. There should be compliance with employment equity laws, and the issue of gender representation should be prioritized at all times. Honorable Speaker, the economy of the province will thrive when a conducive and supportive environment is created for the entrepreneurs in the province, since more jobs will be created. Hence, we applaud the provincial government and LIDET in heeding the call of the state president and that of the premier of the province in continuing to allocate percentage of government procurement to SMEs and cooperatives, including those township and rural economies.
The committee has recommended that the department ensure that the business owned by the previously marginalized groups such as our women, people with disability, as well as the young people are well supported. The committee felt that our economy is still colonial in its nature, where the focus is still on the production of raw material without beneficiation in the province. Honorable Speaker, the department has committed to the committee that it will continue to ensure economic development through key initiatives such as the Black Industrialist Program, which includes previously disadvantaged industrialists, the provision of financial and non-financial support to cooperative, small, medium, and micro enterprises, the special economic zone, focus on supporting growth point municipalities, skills development as support of young graduates, as well as marketing of the province as a destiny, as well as for the investment attraction. We welcome the development in Musina Makado Special Economic Zone and the progress as it is now preparing for infrastructure development. Priority should be given to ensuring that there is water for the project and that environmental impact assessments are completed. Honorable Speaker, the department has the committee has mandated the Limpopo Economic Development Agency and its to implement various programs that will lead to the promotion of economic growth in the province. In the Great North Transport, it has been continuously reported in the previous year that there were many buses that were off roads due to breakdown, which meant that not all passengers are transported to their destination in time. As a result, the entity is implementing a turnaround strategy that will be monitored closely by the committee, and the committee also emphasized that the law should take its course in the situation where there were fiscal collapse in the Great North Transport. The progress on the Limpopo Appropriation is also welcome, and the project needs to start benefiting the people of the province. The industrial parks are a key asset in ensuring that small and medium micro enterprises can operate their business ventures in order to contribute to the growth of the economy. We therefore urge and encourage the department to fast-track its plan to vitalize the industrial parks in Nkwankowa, in Seshego, as well as Toyando, and ensure that they are fully utilized. This will also contribute to revenue generation for LEADER, but most importantly, advance the manufacturing sector, which is a strategic sector for Limpopo Development Plan. Skills development, Honorable Speaker, is critical in any development, and therefore youth development initiatives planned by the department and provincial government are applauded and welcome. Some of these programs will be linked with the development such as special economic zone. Youth development agencies that are entrusted with development mandate are run by mainly youth who have understanding and interest in addressing these youth challenges. On the management of natural resource, Honorable Speaker, the department continues to ensure that all the developments comply with environmental legislation. The portfolio committee was also assured that
we are left with 1 minute.
In drawing towards a conclusion, Honorable Speaker, on the tourism front, we know that the work of the Limpopo Tourism Agency is doing in attracting the tourists in the country and more in the province, and more should be done to ensure that more visitors stay for longer time and spend money in our province. The province will continue to market the parts of the Kruger National Park that are in the province. The Limpopo Gambling Board, Honorable Speaker, continue to generate much needed revenue for the province while regulating gambling growing gambling industry in the province. It has been noted that Limpopo Gambling Board and the government is facing the increasing illegal online gambling. This is the scourge which is costing the province a lot of revenue, and it needs to be eradicated. Honorable Speaker, we have scrutinized the 2020-2021 financial budget and annual performance plans of the Department of Economic Development, Environment and Tourism and its entities, and recommendations were made. We therefore move that this annual performance plan and the budget reports be adopted as the reports of this honorable and august House. I thank you, and I so move, Chair. Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Slamlane. And thanks to the speakers who participated in that debate. We'll go to 7.27, consideration and adoption of the report of the Portfolio Committee on Health on the 2020-2021 Annual Performance Plan and Budget for the Department of Health. Committee Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Premier, Honorable members of the Executive Council, Honorable Butani.
Honorable Nyamane, can you switch on your camera, please?
It's on.
It's on.
Honorable Speaker, my camera is on.
Okay, proceed.
Thank you.
Now we can.
Oh, okay. Honorable Speaker, Honorable Premier, Honorable members of the Executive Council, Honorable Butani, Honorable Smale, Honorable Chief Whip, Honorable of the Legislature, good afternoon. I am delegated by the Honorable Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Health, Honorable Joshua Matlow, who is writing his exempt to debate the 2020-2021 Annual Performance Plan of the Department of Health, Vote 7. I therefore move that this report be adopted by this August House. I move accordingly. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Okay. Hello? Yes, Honorable Member. Can we have any seconder? Honorable Munama.
Honorable Speaker, I, Rogers Munama, rise to second the motion.
Thank you very much. We'll refer to the speakers list and we'll start with Honorable Siona Rebecca.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, Honorable Premier, Honorable Deputy Speaker, Honorable members of the Executive Council, the Chief Whip of the Majority Party, the Leader of Official Opposition, Honorable members, I greet you. Good day. Honorable Speaker, this August House meets at a time when the country celebrates 102 years of the icon of democracy, the first democratically elected president of the Republic of South Africa, Dr. Nelson Rolihlahla Mandela. We are also meeting at a time when the Freedom Charter is 60 years old and the Youth Uprising marked its 44th year. The months of June and July are historic in that the events brought total transformation of the society in general and the Blacks in particular. We are also meeting at a time when the country and the world battle the global outbreak of COVID-19. When addressing the youth on 16 June 2020, Minister Mtetwa said that, I quote, "We are aware of the effect of the pandemic on all of the society and we are aware of the negative impact on employment, which affects the youth most. Whilst COVID-19 is a potentially life-threatening disease, it has some positive spin-offs and many young people, especially in the creative industries, are creating fourth industrial revolution solutions to transcend beyond the end of the pandemic." I close quote. Honorable Speaker, the department reported that the novel coronavirus COVID-19 imposed changes in government's planning. The department further reported that subsequent to the declaration of national state of disaster due to the outbreak of the novel coronavirus COVID-19 in the country, the president announced a social and economic stimulus package of 500 billion, which government will make available. It was reported that the president mentioned that 130 billion towards the 500 billion has to come from national and provincial 2020-2021 budgets. financial budgets. It was reported that subsequent to the President's pronouncement, the Provincial Treasury made a directive that the department had to contribute 129 billion towards the provincial budget deduction of 3.5 billion. The committee noted that the budget cut required the department to reprioritize its programs in line with the revised framework of the strategic plan and APP. The committee will monitor the spending of the budget used to provide services towards addressing this pandemic to ensure that all monies are spent accordingly. The budget cut affected the compensation of employees, grade progression, performance bonus and pay progression, and goods and services, laboratory services and blood services. Whilst successfully tackling the pandemic, it affects the well-being of workers. It should be noted, Honorable Speaker, and the August House, that the disruption by this pandemic brings us at a collision course with the working class. This disruption does not require to be tackled by the portfolio committee nor the department alone. It requires all of us in the August House to collaborate in bringing solutions. Honorable Speaker, the committee noted that the department had put organizational structure review on hold to allow the process of developing the service delivery transformation plan that will address health services delivery in both private and public sectors in the entire province. It was explained that the purpose of the plan was to develop a holistic approach in ensuring that all health challenges were addressed. What challenge does it have on service delivery?
Honorable Member, left with 1 minute.
Oh, thanks very much. Honorable Speaker, we bring to the attention of the House that there is a challenge at medical legal cases that is not resolved. The amount was incurred since 2014-15 financial year, which involves 1,099 and 99 cases. The financial implications of claims amounted to 939, 788 million, and were of claims were because of mainly medical negligence in health facilities. Management consequences should be implemented on officials involved. And the committee recommends that the department should resolve the cases as a matter of urgency. Honorable Speaker, and the House, national health insurance is a policy of government and it must be implemented because it is crafted.
Your time has expired, Honorable Member.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable Maris.
Honorable Speaker, Honorable Premier, esteemed member of the Executive Council, leaders of opposition parties, and member of the guests of the House. The Limpopo Department of Health is terminally ill and in need of urgent intervention to save it from total collapse. Serious red lights are flashing regarding leadership and the lack of dealing with corruption, proper management, and clear vision. This department seems like a bottomless pit for money to be poorly administered on the medico-legal cases. Cuban medical program, irregular and fruitless expenditure, accrual and payment invoices, poor revenue collection, and worrying COVID-19 expenditure, to name a few. This department should focus on delivering services to the people of this province and is in dire need of a turnaround strategy to steer it from total collapse. It is worrying that the COVID-19 pandemic could be the final straw to break the camel's back. The VF Plus will not and cannot allow the ongoing poor services to the people of this province, and people need to be held responsible for their actions. I thank you.
Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Bhutan, what are you raising on?
Is Honorable Maretz aware that we are debating health?
Yeah, Honorable Bhutan, can we not be disruptive? Can you allow Honorable Maris to proceed? She's very much aware.
Speaker, I did debate on health now. Honorable Butani should maybe pay attention to my debate. Then he would acknowledge that I was busy debating.
Proceed, Honorable Member.
She's done.
Thank you very much. Can we go to Honorable Maharaj?
Thank you kindly, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, although the Department of Health received an additional 5.2% increase on the budget to 22.1 billion rands from the previous financial year, this was done prior to the consideration of COVID-19 expenditures and activities. The Department of Health in Limpopo is faced with many challenges. The sudden and unbudgeted emergence of COVID-19 has put an even bigger burden on a struggling department. It is a concern for the ability of the department to carry out its daily duties, address other illnesses, and ensure finances to adequately prepare provincially for the peak of COVID-19. The department is currently sitting with 1,099 medico-legal cases, which date back since 2014. The financial implication associated with these claims equates to over 9 billion rands. These have rapidly increased over the years, largely as a result of medical negligence in our health facilities. This is indeed a serious risk, as the department does not have the budget or funds set aside should a court rule against the department. Honorable Speaker, the Democratic Alliance welcomed the suspension of sending further students to Cuba, given the department's feedback on this program, indicating the excessive costs of the program. The department concurs with the Democratic Alliance that it is indeed an expensive and tedious process as compared to studying locally. We have previously heard mention of the Limpopo Central Hospital or Academic Hospital since 2017 at a cost of 3.9 billion rands. Yet we are to get an understanding or answer on where these funds are and the progress and construction of this hospital. It is indeed disingenuous to make pronouncements of this nature without providing updates on progress to the people of Limpopo. There appears to be a serious disconnect between the reduction of compensation of employees in the Department of Health, which sits at 74%, with a vacancy rate of 30% for clinical staff and 45% for operational staff. This has been the case for the past 5 years, and whilst the submission of the organizational structure of the department has been prolonged, appointments are still being made, some of which are questionable, and where we await responses from the department on our concerns. Speaker, there's also been a number of challenges during this lockdown period with inconsistencies as to who gets quarantined, who gets to self-isolate, nurses that do not get paid after challenging health center management and the department on sanitization and PPE compliance not being effectively implemented. It is extremely concerning that I have had at least 3 cases of people in the last 2 weeks who were turned down by the Polokwane Hospital Emergency Ambulance Services due to the lack of PPE and where there was unwilling assistance from the people because there was no PPE. One of these cases saw the person succumb to her injury, and these are the type of instances that could lead to further litigation for the department, which they can ill afford. Honorable Speaker, the audit outcomes of the Department of Health have been consistently unfavorable, mainly as a result of poor financial management. Since 2015-2016 to 2018-2019, the department has received qualified audits, and this must improve. Let me also convey our disappointment. As a Democratic Alliance, we have written and requested information on numerous occasions on how the department will return part of the 3.5 billion rands, and to date we have had no responses. This ultimately renders it extremely difficult to support any budget until information is indeed transparent and forthcoming. As we approach the peak of the coronavirus cases, it is imperative that we ensure a highly motivated and fully capacitated health department. And we wish our frontline workers well, and we acknowledge and applaud their commitment and dedication to their portfolios. They are indeed in our thoughts and prayers, and we wish them well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable March. Can we go to Honorable Mana Galilean?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, the Leader of Official Opposition, Honorable Joseph Butane, and all honorable members and everyone who is attending this virtual sitting today. Good afternoon. Honorable Speaker, the Department of Health is one department in the province which does not have the interest of workers at heart. There is no logical explanation why they cut money from compensation of employees, COE, and put it in COVID-19 budget. The ill-informed position by the department will demoralize workers and will consequently affect production in the workplace. The workers must be paid performance bonuses and salary increments due to them, which is due to them, and must never be deprived of these benefits which they deserve. The cut on COE undermines signed agreements with workers. Workers must never be punished for lack of proper planning by the government because they do not deserve this kind of treatment. The president has announced that billions of rands will be channeled towards the fight against COVID-19 pandemic, and so should it, unless if it was just publicity stunt or empty promises intended to create false hope to the people. The EFF has contributed 12 million into Solidarity Fund so far, more than all political parties, including ANC, and we would like to see that money used for the purpose for which it was intended for. The EFF has noted over expenditure by the department of 214 million for COVID-19 instead of utilizing the 42 million rands budgeted for. Although we understand and acknowledge the challenges brought about by COVID-19, we cannot allow nor condone the violation of Treasury regulations. We condemned in the strongest terms possible the behavior and conduct of this department for violating Treasury regulations, because soon every department will follow this practice, as we have seen the majority of departments do in recent times. The EFF cannot and will not promote thuggish and illegal activities by the notorious department, which is always in the news for all the bad reasons. This conduct can only be accepted in a banana republic where everybody to do as they pleases. The department has since 2013 postponed implementation of new organizational structure for no apparent reason, rather than to derail development. We are being presided over by a government that is anti-development and progress, thus impacting negatively on service delivery of our people. Development is about the people, and when you block development, it means you hate the very same people you claim to be serving. The current government is characterized by negative energy, lack of commitment, and foresight to change the lives of the people for the better. Honorable Speaker, the Department of Health has 1,099 medical legal related.
Your time has expired, Honorable Member.
In conclusion, EFF rejects this budget allocation because it is not radical enough to change the lives of our people. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Honorable Chair.
Yes.
Honorable Chair.
Raise your hand, Honorable Bhutan.
But you can't be eating in a city.
Who's eating?
In a city. Biscuits.
Can I discourage members to avoid eating during the sitting and focus on the work of the House, please? Is it Honorable Munyaman who's coming or Honorable Notu?
Honorable Munyamani, Honorable Speaker. Thank you once more, Honorable Speaker. The ANC wants all South Africans to enjoy longer, healthier, happier, and more productive lives. Since 1994, our government is committed to working harder toward our goal of quality universal health care for all South Africans. The late former President Nelson Mandela said, South Africans should live in a safe environment to be able to work and provide for themselves, to have access to good health, public health care, and to have sound educational opportunity for their children. On 29 May, the Portfolio Committee on Health had a virtual meeting with the Department of Health to deliberate on their plans and to ensure that access to good public health care was achieved. On the budget, the department was allocated 22.1 billion for 2020-2021 and additional 248.2 million was allocated to comprehensive HIV and AIDS programs. Honorable Speaker, due to COVID-19, changes are imposed on government's planning and budget. The department was mandated by the Treasury to make certain adjustments on the budget. The department reported that 1.029 billion should be directed to COVID-19 as directed by the provincial treasury, like any other department. Honorable Speaker, the committee also deliberated in detail on COVID-19 interventions by the department, including all related expenditure. The committee noted that an amount of 42 million was allocated to personal protective equipment and other activities related to COVID-19. The department, however, spent 214 million to date, and this was a worrying factor that the expenditure was extremely over budget. The committee is waiting a full report from the department where the difference of 172 million was coming from, the approvals from the Treasury and what the funds were spent on. Honorable Speaker, in the respect to coronavirus quarantine sites, the committee noted that the department established 36 sites in the province. However, the report lacked information on the location of the sites. The committee was also awaiting a comprehensive report on this. Honorable Speaker, the Portfolio Committee deliberated on other issues, including medical legal cases. The committee noted that medical legal cases remained a constant challenge and were incurred from 2014-2015 financial year to date. It was further noted that the financial implication of claims amounted to 939 billion and were as a result of mainly medical negligence in health facilities. In respect of irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure, the committee noted with appreciation the significant improvement with regards to unapproved expenditure incurred from 2014 to 2019. The committee noticed that no unauthorized expenditure was incurred and the amounts for irregular and fruitless expenditure significantly reduced during 2018-2019 financial year. The AG notified the committee that vacancy rate in relation to supply chain management was identified as a risk, and this will be prioritized in June 2020 audit. This was confirmed by the department. The committee further noted with significant progress of 93% compliance to payments of suppliers within 30 days in the fourth quarter. Honorable Speaker, with regards to revenue collection, the MEC announced that a process was underway to replace the old system with an advanced centralized health information system. The department should submit a detailed report on the budget and expenditure of the system to be procured. With regards to 24-hour clinics, the committee noted with concern that current APPs had no plans to increase the number of clinics operating for 24 hours. And those on call. The department's response was that their intention was to increase PHC facilities to operate 24 hours on call system. However, both services were hampered by security breaches as previously reported. The committee requested a full report on the matter. Lastly, Honorable Speaker, the department reported that declaration of national lockdown of COVID-19 on the 26th March 2020 had a negative impact in relation to infrastructure project development. It was indicated that the key projects suffered due to the 2-month period of no construction. The process of submission and the approval delayed the recommence of construction, and the construction was likely to recommence gradually over the period of June and July. The committee further observed that Independent Development Trust, which is IDT, was an implementing agency facing dissolution challenge. It was explained that challenges included, amongst the other, financial unsustainability and increased litigation cases. The committee was worried that the dissolution of IDT will impact negatively of department's infrastructure development project. The department responded that a team of 79 experts was appointed to form Infrastructure Technical Recourse Unit for infrastructure development and was approved by the Provincial Executive Council. In response to the above deliberation, the committee made the following resolution. Have a comprehensive plan to deal with staff attitude and negligence at institutional level to reduce medical legal cases. The existing medical legal cases should be resolved as a matter of urgency. On a quarterly basis, provide a progress report on how the department is resolving the cases. As per Treasury and Auditor General, recommendations and project plans develop a credible asset register for accountability of assets and improvement of audit outcomes. The committee will engage Provincial Treasury on both departmental and COVID-19 expenditure and the Cuban program within the next 2 months from the date the meeting was held. The committee requires clarity on COVID-19 expenditure as well as the Cuban program budget constraint mentioned. As prescribed by the policy on preferential procurement policy, the department should prioritize Limpopo province as the beneficiaries of COVID-19 projects, particularly SMEs and their previous disadvantaged groups. The department should provide a detailed breakdown of budget for procured PPEs by the department on behalf of the department's information on Provincial Treasury on behalf of the department. Information on Provincial Treasury's approval on procuring PPEs on behalf of other departments, adherence to Treasury regulations, indicate the source of funding. The report should include the only period which the department was procuring for other departments. The department should ensure that relevant staff is appointed by September 2020 to resolve supply chain management and finance challenges as reported. A progress report should be submitted on quarterly basis. The department should submit a detailed report on the budget expenditure and the feasibility study of centralized health information system. A list of coronavirus quarantine sites be provided to the committee for oversight purposes within 21 days for the date the meeting was held, and find a solution on challenges facing the depot and provide progress on securing sustainable contractor for the depot infrastructure. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member, for participating in the discussion and thank the rest of the members who were part of the debate. We'll go to 7.2.8 as the next order, which is consideration and adoption of the following reports of the Portfolio Committee on Public Works, Roads and Infrastructure Committee. Committee Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity. I, Makoma Grace Makurupechi, the Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee of Public Works, Roads and Infrastructure, which is Vote 9, I hereby present the report of the Portfolio Committee in relation to 2020-2021 Annual Performance Plan and Budget for the Department of Public Works, Roads and Infrastructure for consideration and adoption by this August House. I therefore move, Chairperson. Honorable Speaker, I've moved for the adoption of the report.
Honorable Speaker.
We don't have the biscuit. Biscuit, you say
Honorable Razlani, you can second.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable
Yeah, good. Thank you very much, Committee Chairperson. Committee Chairperson, there are two reports there. There's one for the department and one for RAL.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. I hear Makoma Grace Makrupeti, the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee of Public Works, Roads and Infrastructure. I hereby move for the consideration and the report of the 2020 Annual Performance Plan and Budget for Road Agency Limpopo. I therefore move.
Thank you. Can I have any second, Honorable Pala?
Honorable Marcella.
Oh, I see.
I've raised my hand.
No, that's fine. You can go ahead.
Honorable Marcella. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I, Honorable Marcella Caroline Matlodi, hereby second the move by Honorable Makrupeti.
Thank you very much. We'll refer to the speaker's list and starts with Honorable Mate Simon. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Once again, let me...
No. Honorable Speaker.
Yes?
No, it can't be right. Honorable Mate can tell us that he did not get this thing right for the second time. It can't be right.
I did not study IT.
No, it can. Why have order? Honorable Mate, Honorable Speaker, not calling people of IT like other people who have challenges do. Why? And why are you quiet? Why are you quiet about it?
Honorable Butane, we will request IT to attend to the problem now. We request the Melia will get a...
Like we did with other comrades, let's allow another person to come, and then when he's right, he will come. We're going to be, our people are going to be addressed by people in bed here.
Honorable Bhutan, allow us to proceed with the proceeding of the House. We'll have requested IT to attend to the problem.
Honorable Deputy Speaker. Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Who's
Sishoga here. Sishoga.
Yeah, Honorable Sishoga.
Yeah, I want to support what Honorable Joseph Bhutan is saying, because with others, we have allowed the IT to deal with the matter. What then becomes so special to Honorable Mate that we cannot allow IT to do its job so that we give other people chance, and then when they're done, they can come back to him.
There is nothing special. I'm just saying I'm not an IT person. Is that my problem?
Let's have order, please. Let's have order, Honorable Mate, Honorable Sishoka. Let's have order. Can I?
I'm addressing the Deputy Speaker, not you.
Honorable Sishoka. Honorable Sishoka, you have raised an issue. If you can leave to us to attend to. We'll try and deal with it.
We're not talking through him, we're talking through you.
I've called him to order also, but he proceeded to argue. In the meantime, IT attending to the problem, have Honorable Smiley. We'll come back to Honorable Matt.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Honorable Smiley?
No, sorry, Chairperson, I was covered at the end. I just didn't take my hand off, so it's fine.
No. You are on the speaker's list. Honorable Smiley, you are the second on the speaker's list.
Chairperson, this is Honorable Paula's portfolio. It's not my portfolio, Chairperson. I'm sorry. I think there's a problem on your side. My next debate is on corporate governance, Apologize. I'm not so sure where.
They included your name here. No, that's fine. Is IT attending to the problem? Managa Lillian, Honorable Managa Lillian.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, again, and greetings to the Leader of Official Opposition, Honorable MJ Butane, and each one of you once more. Honorable Speaker, the EFF is concerned that audit findings are not taken seriously.
Managa, we can't see you.
Do you see me now?
Yeah, put your camera on.
My camera is on. Even when I presented last time, it was on. Maybe it's the technical problems. My camera is on.
Thank you, Honorable Mate, you are back. But let's hear Honorable Managa.
Okay. Yeah, I've just said that as EFF, we are concerned that the audit findings are not taken serious by the Department of Public Works, Roads and Infrastructure. There is little attempt, if any, by the department to address audit findings by the AG. This
Honorable
has not...
Managa, your video camera is not on. We can't see you.
My video camera is on, Honorable Speaker. Like I said, maybe there are some technical...
Honorable Speaker, can we then request IT to assist him because Honorable Mate is back?
Wait, man. Honorable Bhutan. You don't just rise and speak. Please. I'm attending to the issue. I'm saying let IT assist Honorable Managa while we get Honorable Mate. Please.
Honorable Mate.
Honorable Butana, please. Honorable Mate.
Allow me to firstly start by congratulating Capricorn District Municipality for achieving yet another clean audit, and of course other municipalities within the province for their improved audit opinions. And today, Honorable Speaker, we are still continuing with virtual sittings of the legislature because of the COVID-19 pandemic. And we should also take this opportunity and appreciate the work done by the Department of Health, as led by MEC Ramatupa, and not forgetting the Provincial Command Council as led by the Premier. Honorable Speaker, sometime last year, one of our entities, RAL, was sitting with huge financial liabilities. And as African National Congress, we want to also take this opportunity to appreciate the manner in which RAL was able to reduce their financial liabilities with almost more than 47%. This remains important for us as the ruling party. And while we appreciate the financial challenges posed by COVID-19, we need to ensure that RAL is exempted.
No, sorry, man. I'm talking to Managa, not you. Sorry. I did not mute. I'm sorry, man.
COVID-19, we need to ensure that RAL is exempted from any financial contributions relating to COVID-19 so that they can focus on reducing their financial liabilities into an acceptable level. We can now safely say that if they keep the good work that they are doing, then we will soon see a much improved delivery on roads. Honorable Speaker, in furtherance, as the ANC, we want to acknowledge and congratulate Mr. Pat Makape for his appointment as the shareholder representative in the RAL board. Honorable Speaker, we are excited about the new approach the department is now taking and further appreciate the new systems and strategies as reflected in the reports for the total achievement in relation to the APP. We have observed with enthusiasm the much improved revenue collection strategy, ways to improve audit opinion, and a well-coordinated way of servicing other departments. These are some of the things that continue to give us hope. However, we are not ignorant of the fact that COVID-19 will compel the department to reprioritize their approach and programs. The fact that the department will do things differently makes us to believe that there will be a much improved way of implementing EPWP, refurbishment and maintenance of government properties. I thank you all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mate. Honorable Manak, are you back?
Is Honorable Bhutan happy that you can see me?
No, man. Honorable Mate, please. Can we have order? Can you mute your mic? Honorable Managa?
Honorable Chair.
Yes.
Are you able to see me now?
There you are now. We can see you now.
Okay, actually I've just changed from using the MacBook to using the cell phone now. Okay, thank you. Okay, I will restart. Honorable Speaker, the EFF is concerned that the audit findings are not taken serious by the department. There is little attempt, if any, by the department to address audit findings by the AG. This has not helped them to improve in the audit outcomes, and they seem to be comfortable about it. Among the critical audit findings by the AG is lack of internal controls. Hence, the situation has not improved in the past 6 years. The department has remained stagnant for ages without any concrete attempt to resolve their audit issues. Furthermore, we are seriously worried that conditional grants are not used for the purpose for which they were intended for, but are used for other things known by the department. For example, the provincial roads maintenance grant allocated to the department in terms of Schedule 4 was used for this purpose, but was used for the construction of new roads and not for the purpose in which it was intended for. We are concerned that just like with all other departments and entities, there is no consequence management in this department. People just do as they pleases. The department is also getting claims from individual citizens arising from potholes due to failure to maintain road networks. Politicians and officials in the department sleep on the job knowing fully well that nothing will happen to them. Hence, recurrence of the same illegal activities year in and year out, which is not good for audit outcomes, is happening. The department does not have proper systems in place to collect revenue on lease agreements from individuals and business premises. And this hampers the department on its effort to raise funds in order to fund critical and essential programs like EPWP. It is also noteworthy that the Limpopo provincial government is paying more than 200 million annually on leases, which money could be used to improve the lives of the people. The Department of Public Works should build and own office spaces in order to reduce its spending on leases. The department has failed to achieve maintenance project targets as intended, and this leads to carryovers as projects are not implemented within agreed period and budgets. Honorable Speaker, the relocation of essential services from Leboahomo to Sekhukhune district is forever being discussed with no implementation at all. The people of Sekhukhune are deliberately being deprived the essential services they so deliberately need. There is no logical explanation of what wrong they did and why they are being punished. Equally, The EFF is concerned about the relocation of Limpopo Provincial Legislature from Libuahomu to the city of Polokwane. This is a matter that is being discussed year in and year out, and yet nothing is being done to implement it, while all manner of excuses are being given. All previous speakers of the legislature made a commitment to implement these projects, but was all talk and no action. It is clear, Honorable Speaker, that this government doesn't have political will nor the capacity to implement anything in the best interest of the people of Limpopo. The government lacks commitment to bring development to the people in order to change their lives for better. Honorable Speaker, it is not surprising that RAL finds itself in this situation it is in today, because its mother department is equally in shambles. RAL continues to fail and disappoint the people of Limpopo. This entity is the worst in Limpopo in terms of performance, including its financial position. The people continue to cry over the maintenance and construction of roads, while RAL continues to grapple with its own internal issues. Both the department and RAL fails to attract rare skills like engineers in order to improve the situation because of their current state affairs. No professional would want to associate themselves or work for the department or entity that is run like a spaza shop. It is also concerning that RAL budget was overcommitted, resulting in constructing of upgrades beyond the allocated budget in 2016-2017 financial year. This therefore means that the total allocated budget for the entity of 1479 will be used to save debts instead of providing services to the people of Limpopo. It is also noteworthy that RAL was overcommitted in the 2019-2020 financial year with an amount of 980 million.
Your time has expired, madam.
In conclusion, Honorable Speaker, RAL has completely collapsed because of badly managed and governed, and unless something drastic to turn this situation is done. Honorable Speaker, the EFF rejects this budget vote on the basis of shenanigans discussed in this debate. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Makrupecha.
Thanks very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Premier of Limpopo, Stanley Chupatawata, MECs who are here, including MEC for the Department of Public Works, Roads and Infrastructure, Honorable Masemula, the Chief Whip of the Legislature, Leader of Government Opposition, members of the August House, good afternoon. The Department of Public Works Portfolio Committee, as the Public Works Department Portfolio Committee, we present the report for 2020-2021 APPN budget of the Department of Public Works, Roads, Infrastructure and RAL for consideration by this August House. Honorable Speaker, the Department of Public Works, Roads and Infrastructure is charged with the mandate of managing all provincial government land and buildings, the implementation of EPWP program, development and maintenance of the provincial road infrastructure network, and construction of social infrastructure. The Portfolio Committee of Public Works, Roads and Infrastructure was briefed by the department on both 2021 Annual Performance Plan and Budget and RAL in a visual meeting held on the 28th May 2020. The purpose of the meeting was to scrutinize the APP of the department and RAL and service delivery intentions for the people of Limpopo. Informed by the above, the Portfolio Committee of Public Works, Roads and Infrastructure, having considered the 2020-2021 APPN budget, would like to report as follows to this August House. That 2021 Department of Public Works, its budget is 3.8 billion, while RAL budget is 2021 is 1.4 billion. Honorable Speaker, let me take this opportunity as the chairperson indeed to thank the Honorable Premier for his intervention in this department. Because indeed, let me as well thank the Honorable MEC Masemola, because in our previous meeting of the Portfolio Committee, we're able indeed to see that this department is going in the right direction, and there is a huge improvement on issues that the committee has been raising for some time now. And we want to congratulate Honorable Premier and the MEC for the intervention. You are really in the right direction, because we can see even the relationship that between the Honorable MEC as well as the RAL board has really improved. For that, I want to say thank you very much. Continue to do the good work. The committee, after it has scrutinized this APP, would like to raise few issues. Already, Honorable Mate has raised some of the things. I will therefore raise only few things as part of the report. The committee was concerned about the department's response on the analysis in respect of the operations of the IDT in project delivery and capacity thereof. It was indicated that IDT appoints registered professionals or professionals with extensive experience at the program management level, and the department assigned program managers to monitor IDT on allocated projects. The committee remained dissatisfied about the capacity, effectiveness, and efficiency of IDT and the DBSA in project delivery. We will therefore want to request the department to continue to intervene in that regard. We as well took note that due to COVID-19, obviously there's going to be some implications, and we therefore recommend the department to ensure that they implement some mitigating mechanisms for both the department and RAL, because we can see that obviously there's going to be budget reductions, shift in project schedules with committed costs, potential claims from contractors for standing time, delays in execution of maintenance project and APP targets that might not be achieved. We therefore request the department to consider that and rework it accordingly. Addressing the Auditor General's finding, we're worried that the department is still an unqualified audit opinion. Our view is there must be an audit action plan that is clearly monitored and implemented, and consequence management must be implemented to ensure that this department, like any other department, can achieve the clean audit. The maintenance of adequate records of utilization of Provincial Roads Maintenance Grant Fund, which was tantamount to irregular expenditure of 130 million in the financial statements for 2018-19 audit, need urgent attention. Minimization of uncertainty relating to future outcomes of litigations, engagements between the department and Treasury irrespective of transfer of two R293 townships as well need some urgent attention. We are indeed requesting the department to fast-track the relocation of essential services from Loboahomu to Skukune district and disputed land and engagements with COXA, because the people of Skukune indeed needs their services. Honorable Speaker, we as well say that department must ensure that there is a regular maintenance of Parliamentary Village and other properties that are equal to Parliamentary Village, so that the status of these properties remain where it's supposed to be. Honorable Speaker, the department must ensure the development of Limpopo Integrated Infrastructure Master Plan, which will be a provincial-wide infrastructure development and strategy, is implemented accordingly. The registration of professionals within the department to register a professional bodies such as the engineering of South Africa, SACA, and other institutions, as well as the mechanisms to ensure timeous reporting between the shareholder and RAL on kilometers on roads upgraded and surfaced roads and rehabilitated, progress on bridges to be constructed, and as well measures to be put in place to manage RAL over commitment through strengthening the cash flow management on projects ongoing engagements with provincial treasury. Honorable Speaker, we have heard in terms of the SIU that might be doing investigation in the department. We request that legislature and portfolio committee be briefed about the process regularly. Designing the implementation of internal controls and ensure that reported performance is complete, valid, and accurate, especially when it deals with issues of the EPWP, because the issue of job creation is our priority for the people of Limpopo. On behalf of the Portfolio Committee of Public Works, Roads and Infrastructure, I therefore move that this report be adopted as a report of this August House. I move accordingly. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honorable Makhurupecha, for closing the debate. We'll go to Order 729, which is consideration and adoption of the following reports of the Portfolio Committee of Transport and Community Safety. Committee Chairperson. It's 2 reports, huh?
Yes. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Let me once more greet you. And then the Premier, the Honorable Premier, the Honorable Deputy Speaker, the Honorable members of the Executive Council, the Honorable Chief Whip of the Majority Party, the Leader of Opposition, and the Honorable members. Honorable Speaker, in compliance with the constitutional obligation, the Portfolio Committee on Transport and Community Safety convened on 21st May 2020 to afford the department on an opportunity for briefing on 2020-2021 APP and budget for the department, vote number 8. And I therefore, on behalf of the committee, call upon the House to consider and adopt the APP and budget for the department. I so move, Honorable Speaker.
Any seconder? Honorable Apiri.
Thanks very much, Honorable Speaker. I rise to second the motion as presented by Honorable Zone. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Committee Chairperson, the next.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Let me once more rise to table the report of the Portfolio Committee on Transport and Community Safety, and which said we convened on the 21st May 2020 to afford the department the Gateway Airport Authority Limited to brief the committee. And I therefore, on behalf of the committee, call upon the House to consider and adopt the APP of this institution. I so move, Honorable Speaker.
Any seconder? Honorable, who's this? Marcella.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I am Matodi Caroline Marcella. I hereby second the move by Honorable Sion. I thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll refer to the speakers list. Honorable Selane David. David Selane. Yes.
Speaker, Honorable Deputy Speaker, the Chief Whip, Deputy Chief Whip, the Chairperson of the Chairpersons of the committees, Honorable Premier, the Chair of the Transport Committee, the MEC, responsible for transport and community, members of the legislature, leader of the official opposition. Let me take this opportunity to greet you all. To begin a chapter as activist legislator is to remember the contribution that Tata Nelson Mandela made in the reconstruction and development program of this particular country. Tata Nelson Mandela believed that development is an essential tool for transformation in order to achieve the developmental agenda of the South African government. This department, Honorable Chair, has obtained unqualified audit opinion findings, and we believe that it should improve its work to obtain a clean audit. This can only be done when the department implements all the recommendations as postulated in the Auditor General's report. The department should continue to reinstate the program, which was aimed at offering driver's license training for the school learners, and find a committed contractor to implement all the recommendations that the committee has made. We have requested the department also to expedite the process of filling all the vacant posts to minimize the problems of non-compliance of the rules, regulations, and policies in the sector. Our taxi industry, Honorable Chair, and bus industry are experiencing serious difficulty in this particular lockdown. It should be therefore incumbent upon our own department to subsidize all this industry to sustain their livelihood income during this particular difficult period. We must applaud our taxi and bus industry in our province for their kindness of not engaging in a violent protest. It is correct that violence does not solve the problem, but perpetuate criminalities and all other forms of irresponsible behavior. We maintain our call to all the industry to observe the regulations and other law formulated under this particular COVID-19. Honorable Chair, we appreciate the commitment demonstrated by the department to fight against corruption in the licensing department. The department should engage in an innovative process to legislate all the driving schools in our province. This should be coupled with innovative ideas of exploring the possibilities of metered taxis to avoid non-compliance with regard to the regulation. Honorable Chair, we also welcome the decision to dissolve the board in GAL. The interim committee was put in place in order to deal with the challenge which the institution is facing. We believe that the board will come with new innovative ideas that will assist the institution to contribute and develop toward the economy of this particular province. The board should lead transformation process of ensuring that the airline permits are open in different areas of the country, including in the SADC region. One of the primary tasks this institution of GAL is faced with is to ensure that they grow economy in our province. We expect the board to bring development of malls, hotels, and airports, which will create jobs for our people and generate profit in our province. We, of course, Honorable Chair, appreciate the initiative of exploring business deals in these particular airways, particularly on the SAA Express, South African Fair, Flyover, and the Aviation Museum, and also the establishment of the Gateway Printing Courier Service. It is much surprising, Honorable Chair, to see the previous board resigning in their majority for failure to change the institution. We strongly believe that there is no smoke without fire. However, the institution has been funded for all the previous years with no development. It cannot be correct to allow the government to be milked without show cause or reason for the utilization of resources. The previous board was engulfed with corruption, malfeasance, and malgovernance, which rendered the institution incapable of prosecuting transformation agenda of our province. We have noted the irregularities of non-compliance and disregard of supply chain prescripts, and we believe that the institution will immediately deal with all the outstanding cases and ensure consequence management. We have arrived at a situation where the money cannot just go unaccounted. On the basis of corruption, perambulated the institution. We have demanded an immediate forensic investigation into all the allegations to ensure that money is recovered, perpetrators are prosecuted. That will ensure a serious and ethical, accountable government.
You're left with 1 minute, Honorable Member.
There's been a serious challenge because the ownership remained in the hands of the National Department of Public Works. And therefore, Honorable Chair, we believe that development is compromised. We need to engage in the matter to unlock the unresolved land question. However, we must express our concern with regard to the absence of legislation and the need to enable legislation that will ensure that GAL operate efficiently and effectively to maximize growth and development. I thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honorable Solani. Honorable Marit.
Honorable Speaker, thank you very much. The Department of Transport and Community Services faces challenges regarding the merger of the two departments and providing strong leadership to the Gateway Airport Authority. Surely we are facing extreme circumstances regarding the COVID-19 pandemic and the economic consequences therefore, and this does have a huge impact on the province and its inhabitants. The Freedom Fund Plus calls on the department to focus on the safety and security during these challenging times, especially regarding crime and farm murders. Also, gender-based crimes are spiking and definite plans need to be executed to ensure safety for the people of this province. Strong leadership and clear vision need to be applied to deal with the challenges facing the Gateway Airport Authority Limited. Lessons need to be learned from the failing SAL and divert from the same mistakes. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Marut. Honorable Maraj. Honorable Maharaj.
Honorable Chair, I think that Honorable Spala has put a note there that these are Honorable Paula's portfolios and she's writing exams. She will submit these.
Okay. All right.
Thank you.
I got it. Thanks. Honorable Pante.
Honorable Premier, Leader of the Official Opposition Party, Honorable Josie Bitan, members of this August House, I greet you all. Honorable Speaker, it is noteworthy that the merging of the Department of Transport and Community Safety was not properly managed, to the frustration of employees, mostly in the Department of Community Safety. Employees from the Department of Community Safety did not get their December bonuses due to the merge on further that their January salaries were not paid in full. When employees raised this matter with the department, they were told that they should loan money from the department, which will be payable within 4 months. It is clear that we are dealing with the loan shark department here, which is hell-bent on financially abusing workers for no apparent reason. The ESF will do everything in its power to protect the right of workers from the and bad governance. The appointment of incompetent board members and cronies of government entities has led to the collapse of GAL and other entities in the Limpopo province government. RAL is dysfunctional and has completely collapsed due to the mismanagement and bad management. This is also regrettable and noteworthy that officials in the management and board of directors are forever on an acting capacity. Honorable Speaker, the entity implementation revenue, especially from tenants, is way below par and has led to the serious loss. Honorable Speaker, the EFF cannot support a budget that is not people-orientated because it is clearly going to be wasted through the corruption. I thank you all.
Thank you very much, Honorable Siona.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And once more, receive my greetings to the Premier, the Speaker, the Honorable Deputy Speaker, the members of the Executive Council, the Chief Whip of the Majority Party, the Leader of Official Opposition, and the Honorable members. Honorable Speaker, let me start by congratulating the new MEC on this department of this Department of Transport and Community Safety on her new appointment in her newly configured responsibility. We believe that the new energy will inject the necessary vigor in the department. Honorable Speaker, we are aware as a committee that a number of projects will be negatively affected by COVID-19 pandemic, and we are concerned that departmental projects such as Manenu, the Mambake Way Bridge have come to a halt, thus delaying anticipated times to complete them. This, of course, is in line with the necessary regulations announced by the President of the country. We are aware that these are difficult times, and times will still be more difficult. We are, however, concerned that about the news of soldiers who are reported to have tested positive for COVID-19 at a military base in Lephalale. We would like to be clarified on the matter and how the situation is going to be managed. We're also concerned about cases of COVID-19 in SAPS, given that they, together with the Department of Defense, are directly our frontline workers. We are also deeply concerned as citizens of this beautiful province and the country about the new fence that has been installed across the Beit Bridge border post. News indicate that the fence has already been broken and people are making illegal crossings and transportation of illegal goods through that post. Honorable Speaker, the committee is aware of the construction of Toyando and Seshego driving license testing stations, which will commence in the year under review. We, however, want the department to be hands-on with this project, and we are also aware that these are multi-year projects that proper monitoring should be in place to ensure that they do not exceed their timeframes, resulting in ballooning of expenses. This is much reality, as we can see with the intermodal facility that has now over 10 years since inception, but up to date still not open to be used. Sadly, such delays really make our people lose faith in the ability of the state to deliver what is due to them as citizens. This department has highly skilled and highly knowledgeable people. Lessons learned from the delays in the Toyando intermodal facility should ensure that we do not have the same delays again in the Toyando and Seshego driving license testing stations. It is also pleasing to know that all the new graduates from the traffic training station have been placed across the province and are now qualified provincial inspectors. We really appreciate this and say thank you on behalf of the people of Limpopo. As a committee would also want Manenu to return to its rightful place as the premier traffic training college in South Africa. We are aware that there was a fire that destroyed the shooting range in 2019, and we believe that the department will look into that as they will be refurbishing the college. Honorable Speaker, in terms of GAL, we really have concerns because for the financial year, the 2020-2021, the Department of Transport and Community allocated 54 million to the entity. In addition, the entity is forecasting revenue collection to be at 26 million through aeronautical services, rentals, parking, and conferencing, among others. But, Honorable Speaker, even with that budget, there are matters of great concern in that institution. And among others, we are talking of the stability of both executive and accounting authority, which has dodged the institution for a few years now. The board resigned in September 2019 and an interim board was appointed since December. The suspension of the CEO, the CFO who resigned unceremoniously, the senior manager operations suspended, the company secretary with personal legal issues preventing her from doing the work of the entity and still on temporary leave. The scope on its sitting on the 4th February 2020 revealed that due to poor maintenance and non-compliance to aeronautical requirements, the South African Civil Aviation Authority is threatening to withdraw its operating license. Honorable Speaker, the Limpopo Provincial Treasury gave 14 million to address two challenges raised by SACA. But what happened to the money? The money was used for other operational matters. For COVID-19, for Gateway Airport Authority Limited is bound to be more affected by the continued existence of the virus. Hence, the lockdown levels which prohibit movement of people across the country and the globe. As part of the containment measures, the entity will be cutting costs on technological aids and devices to deal with the impact of COVID-19. And Honorable Speaker,
we could round up.
The recommendation, as the committee will recommend that processes should be put in place to bring on board the services of aviation company of South Africa and further expedite the public-private partnership for optimal operation of the entity, and that the executing authority should consider reviewing the memorandum of incorporation of the entity in order to strengthen the independence and accountability of its board of directors, that the entity should work on a medium-term plan to mitigate risks and pressures brought about by COVID-19 pandemic, that GAL should develop a comprehensive plan to deal with consequence management and legal processes to recoup monies lost and subject to criminal prosecution those involved in its financial losses. That GAL should tighten its security measures to prevent security threats and further ensure its operational equipment are in good condition in line with requirements by the aviation authorities. And also that the department should...
Your time has expired, Honorable.
Okay, thanks very much, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that, and we'll move to the next order, which is 7.2.10, consideration and adoption of the report of the Portfolio Committee on COGSTA, Cooperative Governance, on the 2020-2021 Annual Performance Plan and Budget for the Department of COGSTA. Committee Chairperson.
Thanks very much, Honorable Speaker. On behalf of the Portfolio Committee on Cooperative Governance, Human Settlement and Traditional Affairs, I table a report of the APP and budget for the financial year 2020-2021 for consideration and adoption by this August House. I so move.
Thank you very much. Any seconder? Honorable Munyamane.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I stand to second Honorable Phiri.
Thank you very much. We'll then refer to the speakers list and call upon Honorable Maseko Jerry.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, Honorable Premier, Honorable members of the Executive Council and members of the Legislature, including the Leader of Opposition Party, Chief Whip of the ruling party. We have noted as a Portfolio Committee that there is a general increase on the departmental appropriation as a result of downfall adjustment of conditional grant baseline. The budget has been affected by the COVID-19 pandemic that came as a surprise to the country and to the province. But we have noted
with regard to administration, Honorable Speaker, that there is an element of lack of ethics and integrity by some of the officials that are appointed to serve in the supply chain committees, where there are tendencies of leaking information, leaking documentation, which exposes the department to unnecessary litigation. And we, as a portfolio committee, recommend that there should be serious consequence management, particularly against those that are implicated. And we need a report as a portfolio committee with regard to how the matter had been addressed. Again, on the issue of administration, we also have noted non-compliance on the employment equity, where the department is still struggling to reach the 50% baseline of women in strategic positions. And we are saying there are some available vacant posts that are there, and we'll request the department to respond to the challenge of employment equity, utilizing those that are there, so that we actually are able to comply with the Employment Equity Act. We must emancipate women as part of the policy position of the ruling party. Honorable Speaker, with regard to human settlement, we have noted some improvement with regard to projects that were historically uncompleted or unfinished. There are some service providers that are able to intervene and make sure that those incomplete projects are getting finished, which is a positive development on the side of the department. We have also noted that there are those service providers that could not perform, and the initiative that was taken by the department to blacklist them. And it is very much critical for the department to make sure that those projects that have not been completed, they must fast track the completion of those projects, particularly the community residential units around Marapong and Chikota, because we are sitting on a time bomb in that area. We hope that the procurement of the contractor for Chikota, which has been delayed, will then be fast-tracked so that people of Chikota are able to get those necessary housing. Chairperson, we just listened or received a report from the Auditor General that is giving us a particular picture, particularly with regard to audit outcomes in municipalities. We acknowledge, Chairperson, that audit report generally says that 8 out of 10 municipalities are in a worst situation. It's a generic analysis. And our municipalities are still having a very serious challenge with regard to fruitless, irregular, and unauthorized. And Chair, this is a signal that we are not paying attention, either incapacitating those key municipalities to make sure that they comply with the Auditor General's requirements. A number of municipalities are still outsourcing the development of their EFS to consultants. And it is very clear that a lot of money is being paid to consultants, whereas that work is supposed to be done by the municipality internally. So we are making a call that the department should find a way of capacitating the financial section of municipalities, put proper mechanisms in place, because obviously it is the responsibility of the department to assist in that regard. With regard to cooperative governance, Honorable Speaker, there are serious challenges outside the issues of finance to capacitate municipalities by the department. We expect the department to play that role so that we make sure that services are able to be delivered by the municipalities as the last line of provision of services to our people. They should not be done through secondment of staff to municipalities. They must go down and build capacity and make sure that municipalities are self-sustainable. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Maseko. Honorable Butane Josie.
Thank you, Chair.
Your 3 minutes starts now.
Speaker, Honorable Premier, MECs, members of the House. Earlier this year, the Minister of Finance indicated that Limpopo Province will lose 113.3 million due to failure to spend their education infrastructure and human settlement development grant. What is the role of this? What is the role of the HOD in this department and her executive staff? It is ironic that freezing cold as it is, money meant for housing is returned. The fact of the matter is that there is no administrative leadership in this department. Laissez-faire is the dominant style of leadership in this department. Early this year, an adjudication report was leaked, and to date, no one is being acted upon. Consequence management does not apply in this department. When we asked why the process was not stopped, and we were told that they do not want to lose the allocated budget. And now the facts are against them because 113.3 million is been returned. Our silence, Honorable Speaker, at the MEC did not mean that we were stupid. We wanted to give you the benefit of doubt, and you failed us in that regard. Honorable MEC, you must act, or the EFF will have to paint you with the same brush as your administration and treat you as an enemy of progress and an enemy of humanity and an enemy of service delivery. We condemn in the strongest terms the hiring of consultants in performing municipal functions, while these responsibilities could be performed internally by officials in municipalities. Municipalities have key staff members such as CFOs, asset officers, supply chain officers, as well as risk officers who are paid to assist municipalities in obtaining good audit outcomes. MEC, you can't tell us that you don't see anything wrong in paying two people to do the same job. That is theft. If these officials do not assist municipalities in improving their financial situation, then they must be relieved of their duties to give way for more competent officials. Honorable Speaker, it is in this section of this kind that cadre development must not be prioritized. You must get people with skills to do this job. We have the situation in Marapo where there is an investigation that continues to run and we're told is concluded. Money more spent, less output. And the person that is dealing with that Marapo is being allocated, has been appointed to do other houses even now. What is this thing? What did this person give to the officials of this department? That even when he can't finish his job elsewhere, he continues to get more jobs. What is it that they're getting from him that is so special? The MEC needs to act on that. What is the difference between our MEC and the leadership of the Western Cape? Where, as we speak now, our people are being chased out of houses, houses demolished, and people being evicted. They come here, they want to talk that it's good that our children are no longer going to Cuba. Yes, it's not their children. It's children of black people. It's our children that are being stopped to go to Cuba to do doctorate studies. But it's not Cuba is not only good with medicine. Honorable Premier, we must inject another function or another skills to be developed in Cuba, engineering. They are coming here, they are telling us we must not send our children to Cuba. Their children are studying overseas. Why can't we sharpen education of a black child? And MECs like Honorable Makamu, they don't see anything wrong when their staff is messing up the funds of the public funds. We need to act, Honorable Makamu, or else we are going to have to assist you in this regard. It cannot be business as usual. The EFF has taken a decision that is going to give you all MECs and enough time to settle. But
the time has expired, Honorable Butani.
Cannot be a permanent toleration of laziness and laissez-faire. We need to act those who are not performing.
Honorable
Butani. We are going to have to come after you, MEC, and all those MECs that are doing their job properly. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Honorable Smale.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker and the Executive and members of the House. This department has got two primary indicators for the department, which is human settlements and that of to monitor local municipalities. Under human settlement grants, we noted that there's a 1.4 billion rand allocated to this section of building houses, uplifting our people, and giving a greater emphasis on monitoring the evaluation process. We have noted the commitment to build 8,142 housing units during this financial year, and therefore the DA approves the new initiative by the Portfolio Committee to monitor not only the number of houses, but also the procuring system of these KPIs. The greatest challenge this program faces is the large awards of sessions between contractors and therefore skewing the objective that at times that we are trying to achieve. Once again, we will take on the rebuild of residential units at Marapong and at Chikota at a cost of 159 million rand. Chikota residential units were built at a cost of 20 million rand a decade ago. These units were never utilized due to unsafe building practices and the inability by the department to oversee the project as required by legislation. The 305 million rand pittance allocated to assist our 27 municipalities, of which only 3 are viable, is simply not enough. The lack of accountability, the lack of spending money prudently, and the lack of account for every cent spent politically or administratively is the reason for the 1.5 billion rand of irregular and material misstatements in the last financial year. Our district municipalities are unable to pay and manage their water infrastructure, with water losses of 341 million rand during the previous financial year and close to 2 billion rand owed to water boards. Our municipalities are not able to improve and maintain their infrastructure to attract additional investment. With close to 1 million people seeking economic opportunities in Limpopo, infrastructure development is key to the success of our municipalities. It is therefore of great concern that our 27 municipalities spent 249 million rand on 62 consultants to assist their financial departments, whose officials electively earned 463 million rand, which is 54% of the total municipal wage bill, to improve financial management and prepare to audit. Honourable Speaker, we must institutionalize systems in our municipalities where consequence management is part of the outcome. Those who are not qualified or willing to do what is required to turn around the municipalities must be dealt with decisively. Municipalities no longer have the luxury to employ politically connected and unqualified cadres. The focus now, during this pandemic and in its aftermath, must be to prioritize service delivery and to unleash the potential of the province through job creation and investment possibilities. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Apiri.
Thanks very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, like all other portfolios, we continuously comply with Section 114 of the Constitution, which dictates that as committees we play our oversight to make sure that service delivery for our people is not compromised, and further that public funds are utilized for the purpose of which they are appropriated. We scrutinized the APP and the budget of the department, and there were some observations that we came across that I'm going to allude to. Honorable Speaker, we are worried as the committee that the audit queries of the department are not taken serious, which amongst them are the supply chain management audit queries, the financial management, strategic management, and which are still outstanding, Honorable Speaker. And the committee has advised the department to attend to them so as to avoid negative audit opinion. Honorable Speaker, Honorable Maseko has already touched on the issue of the non-filling of positions. The department, Honorable Speaker, is standing at 43% on gender equity and 1.1 for people with disability. And as the committee, we raised a concern of this non-filling of this position as it affects achievement of employment equity targets in relation to employment of people with disability and women at senior management level. Honorable Speaker, we took a serious note of the labor unrest in several municipalities where numerous projects were halted and disrupted by communities for their non-participation or exclusion. And this, Honorable Speaker, is a serious concern as it affects the housing delivery targets negatively. The non-payments, Honorable Speaker, of the subcontractors by the main contractors is identified to be one of the challenges which negatively affects the pace of housing delivery in the province. The committee, although the committee acknowledged the fact that it is not within the department's mandate to appoint and regulate subcontractors, but it urged the department to intervene and encourage contractors to pay their subcontractor what is due to them. Honorable Speaker, as the committee, we are concerned about the reliance on consultant by municipality, as other honorable members has already alluded to, for the preparation of the financial statement and asset register, which has increased from 59% to 63% from the previous financial year, though there is no improvement in the audit outcomes. This is despite the fact that municipalities, Honorable Speaker, has appointed CFOs and supply chain management officers to perform these functions. Honorable Speaker, I'm sad to announce that millions of rents are spent to pay these consultants and no skill transfer for them to be on their own in future. And negative audit opinion continue to be obtained. The committee advised the province to build an in-house capacity for the municipality to perform this responsibility on their own. Honorable Speaker, the committee is also concerned about the non-filling of critical positions in this municipality, as this contribute to poor capacity, which hampers service delivery. This is some of the municipalities which which is not spending in their MIG funds allocated to them. Honorable Speaker, the challenge with these municipalities is that their allocation will be reallocated to better performing municipalities, which are even outside the province, which says a lot in terms of us as the province losing what is entitled to us. And this surely, Honorable Speaker, have a negative effect on the capital projects that were meant to improve the lives of our people. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Apiri, for the debate. We will then move to the next order, which is the 7.211, consideration and adoption of the report of the Portfolio Committee on Social Development on the 2020-2021 Annual Performance Plan and Budget for the Department of Social Development. Committee Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, the Premier, the members of the Executive Council, Honorable Butani, Honorable Smale, Honorable Chief Whip and the Deputy Chief Whip, Honorable members, good afternoon. On behalf of the Social Development Committee, I, Sarah Munyamani, present the report of 2020-2021 Annual Performance Plan and Budget of the Department as tabled. I move accordingly, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much. Can I have an indication of any seconder? Honorable Apiri.
Thanks very much, Honorable Speaker. I stand to second the motion as presented by the Chairperson of the Department on Social Development. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Apiri, for that. We'll refer to the speaker's list and we start with Honorable Maseko Jerry.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, Honorable Premier, members of Executive Council, Chief Whip of the ruling party, the leader of the opposition, we are meeting here and now as the country is experiencing gruesome killings of women and children. We are meeting today as women and children are not comfortable in their land of birth. Because notoriously people are killing them like flies. And that in itself, Honorable Speaker, expand the base of people who are living with vulnerability. We know, Honorable Speaker, that the department's core mandate is to redress challenges facing the poor, challenges facing the vulnerable people in the society. And they constitute the majority of the people who are helpless. And it's for us as government through the department to ensure that we take care of the challenges and give them hope that there is still life in this country. Honorable Speaker, it is within this context that care centers are created for the department to address these affected people in the society. And therefore, we recommend that the Department of Social Development, together with the Department of Health, should collectively ensure that they develop support mechanisms, they develop initiatives to put those mechanisms in place to ensure also that those centers that they support, there is value for money and money is spent for the intended purpose. It is also worrisome, Honorable Speaker, that the rate of children in conflict with the law is increasing tremendously. And this is a societal issue. It doesn't only need the government or the department to deal with it. It requires a strong partnership with the community structures, in particular family units, to seek ways and means of molding our children towards a responsible adulthood. It is very clear that our people are beginning to lose hope on the justice system, particularly those that have been killed on a daily basis, those that have been raped on a daily basis. And as government, we should make sure that we conduct programs that will begin to take our people on board, build conscience, build moralities, ethics, to try to reduce this violence that we see. Honorable Speaker, since the collapse of Bosasa, we need to indicate that there are some of the centers that historically have been mended by Bosasa. And we welcome the initiative by government to insert Polokwane and Mavambe secure care service centers. At least the department is going to take over and make sure that those people who are hosted within those centers are able to be taken care of. What we need as a portfolio committee, Honorable Speaker, is a detailed takeover plan for proper monitoring and oversight. The department should monitor and provide support to all the CEDs and other centers. Make sure that budget allocated to those centers through NGOs or NPOs are accounted for. They spend money for the intended purpose, and those NGOs and NPOs must then account to the department in terms of the funding that have been allocated to them. We also acknowledge the progress report that we are beginning to receive from the department. We hope as a portfolio committee that if they can respond to the issues that we are raising, the manner in which they responded in the previous portfolio committee, we will take the department to greater heights. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Maseko. Honorable Butane.
Thanks, Chair. The greetings according to protocols. Well, in this regard, we will want to thank the department firstly for changing the HOD. That's the first sign that they are prepared to move things in the correct direction. We call on the department to service home-based care, fund them properly, make sure that the conditions our people find themselves in are improved. It must not just be dumping site. Our people who stays at those places and those that continue to be taken care by those places receive quality treatment, and the workers of those spaces also get comfort in a form of their remuneration and working conditions. We further request the department that they make sure that the cries of social workers get attended to. Most particularly those who are not absorbed yet. There must be a creative way of assisting them and interlocking them into the system.
There are a lot of children that have graduated, and to date they're just lingering, abusing substances, and even becoming criminals. Yet they went to school to better lives of our people in the form of giving them comfort as social workers. We hope that Honorable Nkakare will be equal to the task that is faced by these young people on the streets. We want to give an opportunity, like we have said, we are going to give all the MECs that opportunity. It's unfortunate all MECs and the Premier are not performing to their utmost best because of the condition of the COVID that has locked their capacity. We believe that even under this condition, that will not become an excuse. They will make it a point that they rise above and assist our people. All of us in this house must give all the executive support, but they must know that we are going to keep them on their toes. We are going to make sure that they account for everything that they do. As long as they do it in the interest of our people, we are going to give them support. We want to thank the commitment of those that continue to work in the department and the leadership of the chairperson of the committee, appearing, that continues to give that department. We believe that what you will say will cover us as members of the committee. Honorable Speaker, thank you very much. We thank you, and we hope, we wish them the best in whatever they aspire to. They aspire to achieve in that department.
Thank you very much.
As I close, Honorable
Speaker, expired.
As I close, hey. So no matter Honorable Speaker, Honorable Slambela start to
no,
because
Honorable Putan, out of order. Can we move?
Honorable Pala, it's a buga chainsi.
Honorable Putan, out of man, you're out of order, man. Honorable Smale.
Speaker, what is your statement? Yes, Honorable Speaker.
Yeah,
Honorable Speaker.
10. No. Is it also for Honorable Pala?
Yes.
Oh, okay. All right. Thanks very much. Honorable Manyamane. Honorable Manyamane.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The committee is very concerned that the department has obtained a qualified audit of findings, amongst others, were as follows. Recurring irregular expenditure of 46,451, recurring fruitless and wasteful expenditure of 6,264,000, failure to fill critical funded posts, financial statements submitted for auditing were not prepared in accordance with the prescribed financial reporting framework, lack of capacity in both the finance, strategic planning, monitoring, evaluation, and reporting section. Honorable Speaker, the committee recommends that the department should implement the Auditor General recommendations and findings, particularly irregular and unauthorized expenditure emanating from the past financial years. Furthermore, adhere to audit and strive for clean audit at the end of the financial year. Honorable Speaker, the committee also noted the department reported that a directive from the Office of the Premier was issued for the department to review the organizational structure. The objective of the review of the structure was on abolishing non-critical posts. The committee welcomes the reviewed organization. Honorable Speaker.
Now, conclude, Honorable Member.
Oh, thank you. The committee also said that they recommend that the action plan should develop to absorb the remaining social worker graduates in 2020-2021 to 2022-2023 financial years. Erroneous payment of performance bonuses. The department should resolve an erroneous payment of performance bonuses amounting to 443,470.74 incurred in 2013-14. The committee understands that issues affected 49 officials and deductions were implemented to 4 officials. The remaining amount should be speedily recovered to 45 officials. This case is long overdue and should be finalized as a matter of urgency. Unresolved historical issues. Honorable Speaker, the department has historical matters emanating from 2013-2014 and remained unresolved. The committee recommends that a solution on those historical matters be found by the end of 2020-2021 and are as follows. Payment of unduly performance bonuses, unauthorized expenditure amounting to 10.4 million incurred on Seshego Treatment Center, filing of critical funded post, progress on Shiluvani Frail Care Center, resolution of the land issue regarding Apasha One-Stop Center, program on social welfare services. The department reported that the tax team recommended that the Department of Health must take over the running of Shiluvani Frail Care Center with the Department of Social Development supporting on its functional areas. The committee recommends that the department should provide a 2021-2022 action plan with regards to the running Shiluvani Frail Care Center, since the contracts signed with Life Dimeni will be ending March 2021. Furthermore, finalization process of the running of the Shiluvani with the Department of Health be submitted to the committee. Honorable Speaker, children in conflict with the law. I would like to quote our late President Tata Rolihlahla Mandela, open quote, "Our children are the rock on which our future will be built. Our greatest asset as a nation. They will be the leaders of our country, the creators of our national wealth who care for and protect our people." Close quote, 3 June 1995. It is a worrisome that the rate of children in conflict with the law is very high. It is worrying that children between 12 to 18 years were arrested for contravening COVID-19 lockdown. Children in conflict with the law is not a government issue alone. It is also a societal matter, as Honorable Maseko already alluded to it. It is not even a class factor because both children in poor and affluent families are in conflict with the law. It is the responsibility of both parents and government to ensure that we raise the law-abiding and responsible children. The department should intensify preventative measures that can improve children's understanding of their responsibility under the law and help them avoid conflict. Cases on gender-based violence. South Africa has experienced gruesome killings of women and children. These cases has come under the spotlight recently, with protests being staged across the country calling for an end to the scourge. I share the sentiment with the Minister Lamula that South Africa's criminal justice must be reoriented to allow victims of crime to see themselves at the center, women to have faith in it, and for justice to be tangible to victims. It cannot be correct that women and children are still subjected to gruesome killings. The committee recommends that GBV laws are implemented and strengthened. Lastly, Honorable Speaker, the committee, having scrutinized the 2020-2021 annual performance plan for the Department of Social Development, recommend to the August House that the budget vote 12 be passed with the above recommendations. I then move that the report be adopted as the report of this August House. I move accordingly. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Sorry,
Thank you
Chair.
very much, Honorable. Thank you very much, Honorable Mnyamane.
My hand is up, Chair.
Yes, Honorable Butane, what are you rising on?
No, I want to correct, Chair. I said the chairperson is Honorable Apiri. I wanted to say Honorable Mnyamane, but also Honorable Apiri is treating us right on Cox that day.
Okay, all right. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for those positive feedbacks.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. It's
Thank you very
leadership.
much. Go to 7.2.12. Next order, which is the last one for the day. Consideration for and adoption of the report of the Portfolio Committee on Sport, Arts and Culture on the 2020-21 Annual Performance Plan and Budget for the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture. Committee Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Premier Matabati, Honorable Chief Whip, and Honorable Deputy Chief Whip, all the MECs, including MEC of Sports, Arts and Culture, Honorable Tandy, honorable leaders of the opposition party, and all honorables of this August House, I greet you. Honorable Speaker, the Portfolio Committee on Sports, Arts and Culture, having considered the directive of the Limpopo Legislature to consider and report on the annual performance plan and budget allocation on 2020-2021 tabled by the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture in terms of Section 155 and 133 of Constitution of Republic of South Africa and House Rule 81 1B, C, and D of the Standing Rules and Orders of Limpopo Legislature, I therefore move for adoption by this August House. I thank you.
Can I get an indication of any seconder? Honorable Butani, I see your hand is up.
I'll be pronouncing very soon, Comrade.
Any seconder is Honorable Slamulela?
Honorable Chair.
Honorable Speaker, I rise to second the motion by Honorable Masa.
Who's that? Okay, thank you very much for that. We'll immediately go to the speakers list. Honorable David Solane.
Thanks, Honorable Chair. The protocol is observed. Honorable Speaker, this year marked the 65 years of the adoption of course of the Freedom Charter. This political incident coincides with the 44 years of the June uprising. What a positive political coincidence. This is a month and the first week to remember the most outstanding and revolutionary black president of the state, Tata Nelson Madiba Mandela, a revolutionary and intellectual icon who stood firm for the black majority against dehumanization fabricated by the apartheid and colonial enterprise. It is a month which we should rise to the occasion to remember the poor masses of our people. It is a month which we must channel all our focus and energy to uplift the rights of our people. And this can only be done by activist legislature that care about the people it leads. Our government has made some critical appraisal on the appalling condition which our people find themselves in. It is confirmed that our people are confronted with serious challenges of jobless growth, unemployment, and inequality. Despite the progress we've made over the past 26 years to democracy and freedom, our people are still frustrated by these particular challenges. Therefore, it is important as activist legislature to play an oversight role and explore some innovative solution to solve the challenges which our people are confronted with. The current situation in form and content, Honorable Chair, warrants activists who will not sit in their laurels whilst our people die of hunger, COVID-19 and other related diseases. Notwithstanding the enormous intervention which we've made, the COVID-19 pandemic has disrupted our economy, the society, because we are still experiencing its impact. The situation has further created a serious burden to our government and our people with regard to these particular triple challenges. This has caused their rise in enshrining the constitution to be undermined by this particular disease. Tata Nelson Mandela understood that sports, arts, and culture is an integral part of youth development. The department, of course, has been have a legislative mandate premised on the constitution to ensure the social security. This is one of the departments in the province that has received a qualified audit opinion as postulated by the AG and its findings. It is imperative for the department to work tirelessly and show serious commitment to the people of Limpopo in order to resolve the bottlenecks which maintain the current status. To open a new chapter, Honorable Chair, with regard to this department is to begin to understand what Woodrow Wilson, the father of public administration, has said in some of his literature, the political and administrative dichotomy, or the political and administrative interface. Wilson viewed public administration as a melting pot with multidisciplinary character. This suggests that the department cut across all the spheres of life of our people. There must be distinction between the administrators and politicians. The role of the administrator is to carry out the policies, functions of government and not act like politicians. Administrators ought to know what is right and what is wrong, informed by the legislative and policy mandate. The politician responsible for the department has to understand that the politics, the vision surrounding the department in order to carry out mandate without fail. It is important to understand that the administrators has to work with any leader deployed in the government, in the department, and not act like politicians. This will minimize the problems which this particular department is faced with. Honorable Chair, to achieve a clean audit in this particular department, we need to consider and implement all the recommendations as expostulated by the Auditor General without fail. The departmental asset cannot be correctly vilified, and this symbolizes the problem which in actual fact need to be solved. However, we commend the commitment of the department that has made a report to report to the committee on a quarterly basis on the efficient and effective asset verification. We are worried with the conduct of the department to always shift the blame concerning the litigation processes. It cannot be correct that when crime is committed in the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture, the department is unable to resolve the problems and refer the matter to the Office of the Premier. The Office of the Premier has got a lot of cases which it has to deal with and which are still unresolved. The department must have capacity to deal with its own challenges and those concern the operation of the department. This will mean escape of liability by the department in order to protect families and friends or those that are politically connected. We believe that all outstanding, irregular, and other related cases will be accelerated to recover the money stolen from the department and teach those that intend to commit the same crime the correct path. That
Let's move towards conclusion
of the department to have ethical and accountable government. Honorable Chair, in conclusion, we do acknowledge the fact that the department is committed to build a provincial theater, which has always been a call from the Premier and the MEC. A feasibility study has been concluded. It is incumbent upon the leadership of the department to commence with the work. It is of paramount importance that the department must commence with the building of this particular provincial theater to keep the standard of the province high. Honorable Chair, we should continue to assist the artists in the province because a plan has been developed to assist them under these particular difficulties. We have noted the role played by the stakeholders in assisting them. However, the department has got an obligation to care about the lives of the artists in this particular province. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable Mkala.
Am I audible, Speaker?
Yes, very much.
Thank you so much. Greetings to you, Deputy Speaker, Honorable Premier, Executive Committee, Chief Whip, and the Leader of the Opposition. Honorable Speaker, the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture has abandoned its mandate on serving the people of Limpopo. Our people have become accustomed to hearing empty promises year in, year out, creating hope on things they know they will never deliver on. The failure to construct the provincial theatre is a perfect example of how the ANC government continues to fail our people on very essential deliverables that could completely change the lives of the people. Young people in the arts industry are denied opportunities to harness and nurture their talents because there is no platform for them to do so. This project is allocated budget every year, but the construction of the much-awaited provincial theatre never kicks off the ground. Where is the money allocated to this project in the previous year? What happened to it? Someone must account to this. The EFF will not rest until corruption against payers' money is exposed and those involved put behind bars. The cutting of cultural affairs by 47, the cutting of cultural affairs budget by 47% by the department is completely insensitive and ill-informed. Culture defines the existence, heritage, and identity of our people, and therefore it must be respected. This huge percentage cut of money on cultural affairs program further implies that the provincial theatre will not be completed anytime soon. Sooner or later, we'll be told that the 20 million rands allocation is not enough, and therefore more unbudgeted funds are required to complete the project. The situation will further be compounded by stealing of this money meant to benefit the people of Limpopo through the construction of the theatre. The department should have been reasonable in this regard and not just hide behind the COVID-19 to justify this cut, because in essence, they are denying our people the right to their cultural practice through government funding and support. The EFF government will build a small outdoor mini theatre in each ward in the province. Furthermore, the EFF government will build an arts and culture center in each ward in the province to give people, and in particular young people, an opportunity to engage with their culture. The libraries in Limpopo continue to be characterized by shortage of staff like librarians, assistant librarian, cleaners, and security guards. They also experience chronic shortage of books. The failure by this department to provide public libraries with resources means that illiteracy levels in the province will never be reduced. Public libraries across the province are dysfunctional, and it is clear that there is no political will on the part of the government to turn things around. These challenges we are highlighting here today are long-standing problems which the EFF has highlighted in several occasions in the House. We have come to the realization that the more we make the department aware of these challenges, is the more they close their eyes. It is not about who makes you aware of these challenges, but it is about the reality on the ground, which unfortunately continue to negatively affect the lives of the people. The EFF government will build a community library in every ward in Limpopo in order to give our people an opportunity to read for self-empowerment. We call on government to fast-track the recovery of irregular expenditure of 900,000 illegally spent on employees, and that such funds be channeled to service delivery costs. We are actually appalled that such anomalies happen under your watch while doing nothing to prevent them from happening. Honorable Deputy Speaker, on the basis of the weaknesses highlighted in this debate, the EFF rejects the budget for this department because it does not put the people at the center. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Maraj.
Honorable Speaker, this is also Honorable Paula's portfolio.
Okay, thank you very much. Honorable Marcela. Honorable Caroline Marcella.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Premier Stanley Chukwumatabata, Honorable Deputy Speaker Jerindo, Honorable colleagues in the Executive Council, including MEC of Sports, Arts and Culture, Honorable Tandi Muraka, Honorable Chief Whip of the Majority Party, Honorable Sorry, honorables, be patient.
Two minutes left.
No.
Timekeeper, relax, man. Hi.
We're not political COVID.
Hey. Shut up, man.
Political COVID.
Thank you, honorables, for being patient. Whether it's my or not, but the fact is I'll go on with my speech. Honorable members, thank you for your patience. Honorable Speaker, the COVID-19 pandemic has caused the most significant disruption to the worldwide sporting calendar since World War II. Across the world and to varying degrees, sports events have been cancelled or postponed. Only a few countries, such as Belarus and Nicaragua, have continued professional sporting matches as planned. Honorable Speaker, the COVID-19 pandemic has upended all areas of life, and sports is no exemption. Social distancing measures brought in to limit the spread of coronavirus have had a significant effect on sporting fixtures. Every aspect of sports has been affected, from the athletes themselves to media coverage. The impact on the industry would be dramatic. No games mean no TV deals and no match day income, no means no clubs. Honorable Speaker, the budget of sports and culture has increased from 519 million during 2020 financial year. Department receives budget from two sources of funding, being equitable share and conditional grant, which decreased by 6.7% from 217 million to 203 million for the year 2020-2021. Honorable Speaker, the Department of Sport deserves applause on the good job done so far. Indeed, ANC manifesto was realized. The development of government new outcome-based performance management approach articulates the priorities determined in the ANC manifesto. It emphasizes the need for national, provincial, and local governments to cooperate and collaborate to achieve the determined outcomes. The department worked tirelessly in reaching targets in most of critical programs, namely administration, cultural affairs, and language services, including library and archive services. Limpopo have seen the possibility of uniting our people diverse in culture, but united in the love of a free and prosperous South Africa. Honorable Speaker, the Department of Sports had targeted of 19 people to actively participate in organizing active recreational events. But as a result of low turn up only 3,250 had managed to attend due to poor marketing strategy of the events. The department was then encouraged to up the game in the financial year 2020-2021. Honorable Speaker, perhaps the legislature must pedal down the involvement of traditional authorities that should take part in all these programs and further partner with leaders of the society across all sectors of our communities in order to ensure maximum impact. In his words, Honorable Premier Stanley Chukwumatabata directed us that we must indeed never rest until our people are free from poverty, inequality, and are enjoying equal access to opportunities. We must continue to ensure that over 5-year electoral periods, the MTSF must fulfill the following identified specific targets as planned. The proportion of people of the opinion that race relations are improving rises from 40% in 2011 to 65% in 2020. The social cohesion index rises from 80.4% in 2011 to 90% in 2020. The active citizenship index rises from 9% in 2011 to 85% in 2020. Honorable Speaker, as the committee, we have recommended the following resolutions. Some have been said by Honorable Senani. The department should engage in thorough consultation and process before building libraries to avoid conflict between the tribal authorities. The department should fill all the vacant posts, and on quarterly basis, it must report on progress made with regards, and it must fast-track implementation of the RFID system for conducting regular asset verification. It must implement the planned sports and recreational programs as one of the key priorities of the department to foster relations, social cohesion, and unity in diversity, as well as promotion of active citizenry. In conclusion, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Speaker, the committee, having considered and supported the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture annual performance plan and budget for 2020-2021, move for adoption of the report by the August House. I thank you.
No, thank you very much, honorable members, for your participation in today's session. We are going to move to order number 7.3, which is the motion for the third reading of the Limpopo Appropriation Bill, B01-2020, MEC for Provincial Treasury.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Now that the Limpopo Appropriation Bill 2019-20, B01-2020 has gone through all the relevant stages of the legislative process of this House, I now move that the bill be read for the third time in terms of the provision of House Rule 170. I move accordingly, Honorable Speaker.
Can I have any seconder? Honorable Lkhanyane.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I, Nakedi Maria Lkhanyane, hereby second the move presented by the MEC, Honorable Sokwati.
Now, honorable members, we're going to be going to vote for each vote of the bill. Now, we want to propose this process. We'll advise the chief whip of the majority party to verify the numbers of his party who have logged in. The leader of the EFF also to check the numbers. We'll give you the numbers here just to verify yourself. For ANC, it's 34. If ANC Chief Whip can verify that. EFF, it's 5. DA, it's 2. And FF plus, it's 1. Now, for each vote, we'll then call the leaders of the parties to tell us whether they're in support or not, which will take it represents the views of the members of their parties. Are we agreed?
Yeah, it's fine.
Agreed.
Yes, we agree. We'll start with vote number 1, Office of the Premier. ANC.
We agree, Deputy Speaker. We agree.
EFF.
We don't agree.
DA.
We don't agree, Chairperson.
FF plus.
Don't agree, Chairperson. Don't agree.
Don't agree, FF plus.
They agree.
No, that's fine. No, it's 34 in agreement and 8
Honorable Chair.
against.
Honorable Chair.
Vote number 2, provincial legislation. ANC.
Honorable Chair.
34. ANC. Chief Whip.
We agree, Deputy Speaker.
EFF.
We don't agree.
DA.
We don't agree.
This is a budget of the legislature. It's a vote for the legislature. Number
Chairperson.
FF plus.
Yeah, budget of the legislature, but we're not agreeing.
FF plus. Can members please
Honorable Chair, we agree with the Chief Whip of the majority party.
Okay, can we have
legislature?
Honorable Salane, please, can you have order? Can you have members muting their mics? Unless I've called you upon to respond, please respond. But the rest of us, let's mute our mics, please. Vote number 3, education. Chief Whip.
We agree, Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Honorable Butane. EFF.
We don't agree.
DA.
Disagree.
FF plus.
Also disagree, Honorable Speaker.
Vote number 4, agriculture. Chief Whip.
Agree, Chairperson. Agree, Deputy Speaker.
EFF or Honorable Butane.
We don't agree.
Honorable Smiley, DA.
We disagree.
FF plus.
Disagree.
Vote number 5, provincial treasury. Chief Whip.
We agree. We are in agreement, Chairperson.
EFF.
Not agree.
DA.
We don't agree.
FF plus.
Also disagree, Speaker.
Vote number 6, economic development, environment and tourism. Chief Whip.
We are in agreement, Deputy Speaker.
EFF.
Not agree.
DA.
We disagree.
FF plus.
Disagree.
Vote number 7, health. Chief Whip.
We are in agreement, Deputy Speaker.
EFF.
We don't agree.
DA, Honorable Smiley.
We not agree.
FF plus?
A very big disagree.
Vote number 8, transport and community safety.
We are in agreement. We are in agreement, Deputy Speaker.
EFF?
We don't agree.
TA?
We disagree.
FF plus?
Disagree, Speaker.
Vote number 9, public works, roads and infrastructure. Chief Whip?
We agree.
EFF?
Upon August, no agree on to woman.
EFF?
Change. We disagree. You can't agree to everything. Change will also.
I see support, Honorable Deputy Speaker.
You support public works?
No, we don't. I see.
FF plus?
We don't.
I don't agree.
Agreed.
Okay.
Vote number 10, sports, arts and culture.
We agree, Deputy. We agree, Deputy Speaker.
EFF?
Never. We're not agreeing.
DA?
We don't.
FF plus?
Disagree, Chair.
Okay. Vote number 11, cooperative governance, human settlement and traditional affairs. Chief Whip?
We absolutely agree, Deputy Speaker.
EFF?
It can't happen. We're not agreeing.
DA?
We will not sign the check. We disagree.
FF plus?
Absolutely disagree.
Vote number 12, social development.
We are in agreement, Deputy Speaker.
EFF?
We're not agreeing.
You're not agreeing?
We're not agreeing.
DA?
We're not in agreement.
FF plus?
Not agree.
Thank you very much. The majority have accepted the votes, 34, and against 8 from the opposition.
But Chair, you must also, you said the number you have spoken to are not agreeing with what you are pronouncing. You must also be considering that there are those who have not agreed and disagreed. So you must say, you must also mention those that abstained. There are people who abstained here.
No, I said the leaders who I'm calling will tell me if there's anybody abstaining. If the total number of those votes are agreeing, and there was no indication that there's genuine understanding, and I've accepted because it's leaders of the political parties who were saying that. Thank you very much. We'll then move to 7.4, the third reading of the Limpopo Appropriation Bill. And we'll call upon members to adopt Schedule 1 to 7 of the bill. I hope all of us will remember the bill. The Limpopo Appropriation Bill, B01-2020. Now we'll call upon members to adopt Schedule 1 to 7. Schedule 1, definitions. Chief Whip.
We adopt, Deputy Speaker.
EFF.
Take us through. Don't be lazy.
You can't take you through because you have read the bill.
Take us through.
You can't come here and debate a bill which you do not read.
No, we have read.
She's no
but
lineup.
No, we have read.
Yes,
but
now I'm saying the bill you have read on definitions.
No,
Honorable
no
Speaker,
problem.
focus by this law lineup.
We are not disagreeing, but we are saying take us through. It's our day, it's the legislature day. Take us through.
No. When you are bored, you know.
Take us through.
When you are bored,
but we've never done that in this house. And I think we should do things the way we normally do, and we can't change today. On definitions, are we agreeable, Honorable Smalley?
Yes.
Honorable Butani is agreeable.
No, but I've not answered.
Speaker.
Yes. Agreed.
Agreed.
Number 2, appropriation of money. Chief Whip.
We adopt Deputy Speaker.
AFF. Are you abstaining? DA.
Yes, Speaker.
FF plus.
Yes, we do agree.
Schedule 3, amounts listed as specifically and exclusively appropriated. Chief Whip.
We agreed, Deputy Speaker.
EFF.
Agreed.
DA.
Agreed.
FF plus.
Agreed, Speaker.
Conditions for appropriations. Schedule 4. Chief Whip.
We are in agreement.
EFF.
Agreed.
DA.
An agreement.
FF plus.
Also agreeing, Speaker.
Schedule 5, authorization of expenditure. Chief Whip.
We agree, Deputy Speaker. While agreeing, Deputy Speaker.
DA.
Agreement.
FF plus.
Agreement.
Number 6, spending before commencement of the Appropriation Act of 2021-2022 financial year. Chief Whip.
We agree, Deputy Speaker.
FF.
We are agreeing.
DA. Agreed.
Yes.
FF plus.
Agreed, Speaker.
We'll now call the Secretary to read the short title of the Act. Mr. Nkwana.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. This Act shall be called the Limpopo Appropriation Act 2020. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much. Members can clap hands for themselves for adopting the Limpopo Appropriation Bill. Chief, are there any announcements?
No, Deputy Speaker.
No announcements. This House will be adjourned until further notice. Members will be notified about the next sitting, which might be very soon. Thank you very much.
So, Honorable Speaker.
And stay home.
Honorable
Chief
Whip.
Honorable Chief Whip. Thank you very much. The House is adjourned.
Honorable Chief Whip. Honorable Sir Level Deputy Speaker, I jari biscuits. Aru kuchulu rudi jakaro mjoin.
Wana utser kita alagar.
When